From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Members of Congress, visiting partners from far and wide in the World Digital Library, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first International Summit of the Book. I'm Jim Billington, I'm Librarian of Congress, and in sponsoring this two-day summit, we will focus today on the past and tomorrow on the present and future of the book. I think it's appropriate to discuss the book here in the nation's capital. The United States, Henry Kissinger, the great American historian, once pointed out, in fact, on his last visit, as he kind of looked out the window in the Library of Congress, he said, you know, the United States is the only world-spanning civilization whose entire governing institutions were entirely shaped in the age of print. This library is the oldest federal cultural institution in the United States, and it, in many ways, an embodiment of the ideal of a knowledge-based democracy. First committee involving both houses of our Congress in once the Congress was established in the new capital of Washington, was the Joint Committee on the Library of Congress. And our Congress has been, for 212 years since then, the greatest single patron of a library in the history of the world. Appropriately, therefore, we will begin the proceedings today in just a few minutes with greetings from two great congressional friends of this and of all libraries and of education, Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island and Representative John Larson of Connecticut. And we will then have greetings from two American donors from the private sector who are giving us at this conference something special to celebrate about books and reading, David M. Rubenstein and Robert Forrester. We'll bring them forth in just a few minutes. But let me just say that the Library of Congress, where we are situated here now, grew out of the Congress's purchase of the ranging near universal personal library of Thomas Jefferson, which included books in 16 languages, was organized into three wonderful categories of knowledge: memory, reason, and imagination. Those qualities are what books have kept alive for humanity everywhere. So we will be celebrating the enduring values of the book culture with and for all people. Books, excuse me, books are our guardians of memory, our tutors in language, pathways to reason, and our golden gate to the royal road of imagination. Books take us to new places where boundaries are not set by someone else's pictures on a screen, and our thoughts are not drowned out by somebody else's sounds on a boombox. Books help us to pose, as my predecessor, Dan Borson, was fond of saying, excuse me, books help us to pose the unimagined question and to accept the unwelcome answer. Books convince rather than coerce. They are oases of coherence where things are put together creatively rather than just taken apart analytically, or as they love to say in this town, disaggregated. Good books take us away from the bumper cars of emotion and polemics into trains of thought that can lead us into places we might not otherwise ever discover. And libraries that contain books are antidotes to fanaticism where books that contradict one another sit peacefully side by side on the shelves, just as intellectual antagonists work peacefully next to each other in reading rooms. We begin today by hearing from two representatives that I've already identified representing the two houses of our Congress. And it is a particular honor to begin with Representative John Larson of Connecticut. He is an extraordinary author in many ways of this idea of a summit. He's been an educator. He's been an inspirer of writing the history of the House of Representatives. He's a lover of history, champion of education, a friend of libraries everywhere, and it's a wonderful opportunity to open the proceedings by having him give us the first words of greeting. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Dr. Billington. It's great to be in the company of those who share the passion of books. First, I would like to acknowledge so many that are responsible for this event coming together. Roberta Schaefer, who's the Associate Librarian for the Library Services, who spearheaded this project, has been instrumental in seeing this vision through. Roberta, thank you for all your hard work and dedication. I'd like to recognize David Rubenstein, who has underwritten the National Book Festival for the past 5 years and has given generously to other Library of Congress initiatives. He is an integral member of the library family and of the family of this great nation for all of his work, not only here and in other areas so vitally important to our culture and our history. And my good friend Bob Forrester, who I'm so delighted is here, who's with Newman's Own Foundation, who has generously provided funds that have made this summit possible. His support for this grand vision has been utterly essential, and I am grateful to him and Newman's Own organization. We are always proud to, from Connecticut, to claim Paul Newman as our own. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the Singapore Embassy and its many officers for the role they have played in moving the summit forward. I especially want to acknowledge former Ambassador Chen, who I work closely with and who we will be delighted to join in Singapore in August of 2013. Finally, let me acknowledge Dr. Billington and his wife, Marjorie. When you look at Jim Billington, you don't know whether you're addressing Professor Dumbledore or Gandalf, but you know that you're hearing somebody who is entirely grounded in this nation's and, in fact, the world's history. Someone who emanates class and who's a scholar, but also from various reports, my understanding, Jack, a pretty good pitcher and had a pretty good fastball at one time or another, and I know that can come in handy from time to time here at the library. Like his predecessors as Librarian of Congress, Jim Billington is a visionary. And when I came here as a freshman, the first story I heard him tell was about how this building was put together, and with so many artisans from around the globe. And we had so many Italian artisans and craftsmen who were here in the building. And this is the first public building in DC, if I'm correct about this, that was lit by electricity, a dawning of a new age. And when these Italian workers would look up at these lights, as Mr. Billington would describe this, they would go, ah, candelas. And indeed, the dawning of this new candela, this bringing light, these fortresses of knowledge that have been created all around the world are so vitally important to be preserved and celebrated. And Jim Billington is a luminary. He is a magnificent candela who always sheds light on knowledge and its importance. And he is a beloved Librarian of Congress who just a few weeks ago we celebrated his 25th anniversary as the Librarian of Congress. Yes. This concept of bringing everyone together from around the world stems from the fact that we appreciate and understand the fortresses of knowledge and the accumulation of works of mankind, the storehouse of ancient truths, which provide us with the safeguards against the venal, petty prejudices that flow unchecked, unchallenged over several technological mediums. But we know this: prejudice can't endure in the full light of knowledge and truth. That's what our libraries provide. Not only instant now and everywhere, but the ability to rummage through everything in the past and be able to plan for a better future. The love of books and libraries is not unique to America by any stretch of the imagination. It is intertwined with the fabric of mankind, dating back to our most ancient of libraries, whether in Babylon or Ephesus or Alexandria. I am proud to co-chair this summit with my dear friend and colleague, Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, who is, of course, a big fan of the library, and also this Library of Congress, and so many members who are deeply involved and are friends of the library on both sides of the aisle. We believe that libraries around the globe, from the smallest community libraries to what we consider to be the ninth wonder of the world, the Library of Congress, are humanity's fortress of knowledge, and we must preserve and celebrate their existence. We are heartened by the participation of the World Digital Library and partners from countries all around the world, which we have used as a model in putting this forward, and especially want to acknowledge their work. I can remember the director of the Biblioteca Alexandria, Dr. Ismail Serageldin, who quoted the great Mahatma Gandhi to me, and he said this: "I do not want my house to be walled in on all sides and my windows to be stuffed. I want all cultures of the lands to be blown about my house as freely as possible, but I refuse to be blown off my feet by any." The pride that every nation and every culture brings to this endeavor is something that makes us better as mankind. I'm a big fan of Lewis Latham, and he provided, for me at least, the inspiration and the quote for bringing an endeavor like this to fruition. He once wrote, "I look for an understanding of the human predicament, to discover or rediscover how it is with man. Who is he, and how is it between him and other men? To consult the record in books, both ancient and modern, is to come across every vice, virtue, motive, behavior, obsession, consequence, joy, and sorrow to be met with on the roads across the frontiers of the millennia. What survives the wreck of empires and the sack of cities is the sound of a human voice confronting the fact of its own mortality. This is what the International Summit of the book is about. What is man to man, and who are we to each other? I am proud that we are convening this first summit right here in the Library of Congress as we seek to become the candelas that shed light on the importance of being keepers of the book. With that, it is my high honor to introduce the senator from the state of Rhode Island, Jack Reed, who is a former Army Ranger and now on the member of the Powerful Appropriations Committee. Jack Reed, a West Point graduate whose credo is honor, duty, country. It's not just a credo with Jack Reed, it's something that he lives and exemplifies daily. United States Senator Jack Reed.
Well, thank you very much, John, for that extraordinarily kind introduction. And we're here in the Coolidge Auditorium. I asked the Librarian of Congress, is this named after Calvin Coolidge? And he said, no, it's the Coolidge family, which is good because had it been named for Calvin Coolidge, I couldn't have said anything. I would have to be silent. I will resist that temptation. I want to particularly thank John Larson. It was his vision. It was his drive that made this day possible. Without his vision, without his insistence, without his determination, we would not be assembled. And this is reflective of an individual I've had the privilege to serve with, a man of integrity, of decency, and of intelligence, who's made an extraordinary service to the Congress and to the United States. Thank you, John. I want to particularly recognize and thank Dr. Billington for his 25 years of distinguished service as a librarian, but also to thank him for being one of the most decent and caring gentlemen I've had the privilege to know in Washington. He was ably assisted in all these efforts by Deanna Markham and now by Roberta Schaefer. Let me thank both these ladies for their extraordinary contribution. And we would not be here enjoying this beautiful place and also the refreshments that are follow and anything else without the philanthropy of Bob Forrester and Newman's Own. Bob, your generosity is only exceeded by your salad dressing. And a special word for David Rubenstein. David and I are regents together on the Smithsonian Institution. Washington is full of monuments dedicated to individuals. David's contribution to both institutions, programs, and policies all throughout this district literally results in the fact that Washington is indeed a monument to him, unnamed because of his modesty, but he's done so much in so many ways to assist so many programs. Thank you, David, for what you do. Please. Like John, I am delighted that Ismail Serageldin is here with us, the director of the Bibliotheca Alexandrina, as our keynote speaker. I know John wanted to make sure that this was an international effort, and at the top of his list was getting the director here to speak. And let me thank, along with John, the government of Singapore, its diplomats, for its generosity. It will be hosting the next forum. Thank you very much. The materials of books have changed throughout human history based on what mankind has available, from clay tablets to papyrus to parchment and now digital. But what has not changed is the content, which remains vital, immortal, invaluable. President Lyndon Johnson said, "A book is the most effective weapon against ignorance and intolerance," and that may ultimately be the greatest struggle we all face. This fact remains as true today as ever. Across human history, books have had special meaning, passing on knowledge, wisdom, lore, all that makes us truly human. But we need much more than simply the existence of books. Books can't be locked away, limited only to those with resources to own them or technology to view them. Libraries where anyone can access books and unlock information and ideas, embody the ideal of democracy. In fact, one of the great symbols of humanity, providing a reservoir of knowledge that offers answers to inquisitive readers and, perhaps more importantly, leading them to new questions. Because it's not just about information, it's about wisdom and knowledge. Thornton Wilder wrote, paraphrasing Chekhov, "It is not the business of writers to answer the great questions, but to state the questions correctly." And libraries help us state the new questions correctly and raise further questions. Given the centrality of libraries, along with John Larson and many of our colleagues, I've worked to ensure that you have the support to do what you need to do to keep this great endeavor moving forward. I look forward to learning from this conference and forum about the new issues, the new ideas, and the new demands that we all must face collectively. Events like this summit contribute to the ideals we all share that cross every border, the idea of the human experience, how it is enhanced, how it is understood, how we all can benefit from not simply more facts, but wisdom. Thanks, John, for what you've done. Thank you, Dr. Billington. Thank you all very, very much. And now it is my privilege to recognize David Rubenstein. David, please.
Congressman and Senator, thank you very much for those kind and overly generous comments, and I wish my mother were here to hear them. She would believe them. And Jim, thank you for the great job you've done for 25 years in being the best librarian of Congress that our country's ever had. So thank you very much. Thomas Jefferson's most famous sentence, and the most famous sentence in the English language, was put in the Declaration of Independence. And he wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." And as everybody in this room knows, the pursuit of happiness, perhaps the most elusive thing in life, is very difficult to achieve if you're not educated, and you can't be educated if you can't read. Unfortunately, about 20% of the people in this world are illiterate. About 12 to 14% of the people in this country are illiterate as well. And that's functional illiteracy. 12 to 14% of the adults in this country are functionally illiterate. The result of that is that they cannot live to be as happy as I think they should be. People who are illiterate have incomes of about 50% of those people who are literate. People who are illiterate have a higher chance of going to jail than people who can read. 85% of the juvenile delinquents in this country are functionally illiterate. Now, there's nothing that we can do today that's going to solve that problem. This is a society problem that has been with us for some time, but we can do some things about it. And there's another problem as well. We can't solve that problem today, but it's a problem we also should address. And that is a different problem, not illiteracy, but illiteracy. 30% of the people who graduate from college never read another book. 40% of the people, 40% of the families in this country have not bought a book online or been in a bookstore for the last 5 years. 40% of the families in this country have not bought a book online or been in a bookstore in the last 5 years. Now, all of you are gasping at this because you know people that read books. Everybody here loves books. I love to read books. But everybody isn't like us. Now, we can't make everybody like us, but I do think that if we can get people to read more books, that will be better for society. So again, I can't solve, or nobody here can solve overnight the problem of illiteracy, and none of us can solve the problem of illiteracy. But we can do a small thing to make it a little bit less of a problem, perhaps. And so today, I'm very pleased, having worked with Jim Billington on this project for a while, to announce that we're going to create through the Library of Congress, 3 prizes that will be given each year. And these prizes will be the first of its type to kind of recognize the progress that has been made in either illiteracy or illiteracy. There'll be a prize given every year for somebody who has made a terrific breakthrough, or it can be an organization in illiteracy or illiteracy around the world. It can be anywhere around the world, or it can be in the United States. Somebody or some organization that has made a terrific breakthrough in dealing with the problems of literacy. There will be a second prize, an American prize, that will focus perhaps more a bit on illiteracy. In other words, who has helped an individual or entity to do the most to help solve a problem relating to illiteracy. And there'll be a third prize, an international prize, and that international prize can go to an NGO, a non-government organization, a government, or an individual who has in his or her or its specific country or region done the most to help promote literacy. Now, I will give $2.5 million for this program initially, and $1.5 million will be used for prize money, and then we'll administer for about $1 million of prize money and make sure people know about it. And the purpose of this is not to say we're going to solve with these prizes illiteracy or illiteracy. Of course we're not. But we want to bring attention to the fact that the country, in our own country and around the world, has a gigantic illiteracy problem. And by giving it some reward and some notice to people that people are working on this and giving them some recognition, it might inspire other people to work on this problem, and it might help give attention to the fact that so many people in the world cannot read at all, and so many people who can read choose not to read. And so what we'd like to do today is really begin the process of selecting these individuals. Jim Billington will lead a committee to do so. The prize money will be, I think, $300,000 a year. And so in the world of the books, in the world of literacy, that will be a reasonably good-sized prize, I hope. And we hope this program will take off, and if so, we'll grow it and enhance it from there. And I want to thank Jim Billington for working very closely on this and for recognizing the need to recognize that illiteracy and illiteracy are significant problems, and that the Library of Congress is going to take a step towards recognizing that people who have done significant things in their lives in the last number of years or in the most recent period of time deserve some recognition for what they're doing. So again, thank you, Jim, very much for doing that, and I want to thank the Library of Congress for working on this project with me. Thank you.
Well, to put it very simply but very sincerely, this is really a marvelous thing, and it's going to, we hope, have a resonance in the business of advertising, bringing to the fore people working on these problems, and there are many people who have been doing it unsung, to sing a little song, but above all to share best practices, to see that they are better known through this campaign, and we cannot thank David enough. I should also want to thank all of the three speakers so far. John Larson, I've already spoken about his fathering of this whole idea. Senator Jack Reed, I think I should point out the extraordinary role that he's played, and as a friend of this library and of libraries in general, and above all of their links with learning. The next stage, if you like, is schools and school librarians, which suffer very much. And I think I would just like to recognize Senator Reed for just having received the highest honor that the so-called Crystal Apple, I think this is a wonderful title, from the American Association of School Librarians. And the citation said in part, and let me read it because it's a wonderful tribute to Senator Reed. It says, Senator Reed is a longtime champion of public and school libraries who has strongly supported federal funding to ensure that library services are available to all. Throughout his career, he has supported education and libraries statewide and nationally. So we thank him and congratulate him on this honor, and thank him for being with us. And finally, to thank David Rubenstein is, the words are always a little inadequate. This remarkable co-founder and co-chief executive of the Carlyle Group is devoting so much of his life as a lover of books and reading, a great friend of the Library of Congress, the man who's given the presumption of permanence to our National Book Festival, among other magnificent contributions to the cultural life of our country in so many imaginative ways with so many institutions. So once again, thank you, David Rubenstein, for reminding us that the book culture cannot be universal unless literacy and reading becomes universal. Now, finally, in our galaxy of readers, I want to introduce with great gratitude Robert Forrester. He's already been mentioned. He was a great friend of the late Paul Newman, and he is president and the chief executive officer of the foundation that has been founded, and it is the support arm, really the supporting force that has made possible this conference. He's the CEO of Newman's Own Foundation, and his generous support, as I say, makes it possible for us all to be here. So it's a great pleasure for me to be our final speaker before I introduce the keynote speaker, whom we've all also come to hear. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, with our collective thanks for making it possible for us all to be here, Robert Forrester.
Thank you. Paul Newman taught me that as an actor, which I'm not, but he said as an actor, you never follow on stage either an act with children or animals. And I'm now going to add Dr. Billington, Senator Reid, Congressman Larson, and David Rubenstein. I have nothing to say almost. But I can share with you that this is on behalf of my colleagues at Newman's Own, that this is a great privilege for us to be able to sponsor this very first International Summit of the Book. And being an international summit, I'm sure there are people here who are not aware of Newman's Own. So with your indulgence, I just want to give you a bit of our story. I think for me, Newman's Own is really a very special expression of what I think of as two of the more distinctive aspects of the American character. On one hand, business entrepreneurship, and on the other hand, philanthropic generosity. It's a food company, for those who don't know. Started by an actor, who's quite a famous actor, Paul Newman, in 1982. And as an actor, when he started the company, he was asked, what do you know about business? And Paul answered, well, there are 3 things you must know to be successful in business. He paused as an actor and said, unfortunately, I don't know any of those 3 things. But he did have 2 principles. The first principle was that quality would always trump profit. And the second principle was that if we make any profit, we're going to give it away. He was also asked on national television in the early days, can a company that gives all its money away survive? Well, here we are 30 years later. The company has given away $370 million to thousands of charities around the world. This year, in our 30th anniversary, we'll be donating $30 million. So I think it's a wonderful... It's an extraordinary privilege I have and my colleagues have to be the stewards of this legacy, if you will, and for me personally, and Congressman Larson, to have a Connecticut person, a good friend of mine, Paul Newman. We have several priorities in the foundation. We're a foundation that believes strongly in the philanthropic community. We don't try to have people do what we want them to do. We want to support people and institutions. And one of our priorities is known by the simple term empowerment. For us, this is not a political statement. For us, it's a belief, an expression of the deep belief we have in the potential of individuals to make our world a better place. A potential that sometimes, all too often, is inhibited, constrained, in some cases thwarted by circumstances beyond that individual's control. And I can think of no greater, more powerful invention of the human than the book to have transformed this potential into something real, whether it's the book disseminating knowledge and information, the book opening up the mind to new possibilities, or the book simply expressing what is common among all people, no matter who you are or where you are in the world. In my travels with Paul, over many years, he was never without a book or two. Same with myself. I'm an individual with learning disabilities. My father was an English teacher, would read a book a night, and I would read a book a week. But I would always be reading a book, and I cannot imagine a world without books. And again, it's an honor and it's a privilege for us to be able to be the sponsors. I wish you all luck, excuse me, the best of a summit, and I'll be joining you again tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bob, and the Foundation for your support and validation of the importance of this summit and of reading. There is a kind of fraternity here because I've heard David Rubenstein define very eloquently how these long trips that he does so successfully in the business world are also his opportunity to read whole books without any interruption. And so thank you for making this summit possible. And thank you again, David, for such a wonderful and visionary thing to enable more to know about and find ways to get into this magic and liberating world of reading. I mean, it is not accidental that the most sacred word, perhaps in our national vocabulary, is the word liberty. Sweet land of liberty, right down. And liberty, of course, is derived from the Latin word liber, for book. The two are intimately related. What we are beginning with this summit is a continuing series of book-related events that will lead to a second International Summit of the Book, which our gracious colleagues from Singapore have agreed to host. Here, well, I don't see it. Yes, I guess it's here on the table. In any event, there is a crystal book that symbolizes this ongoing international dialogue, which Representative Larson, author of this summit, will pass on in the style of an Olympic torch to Ambassador Tommy Koh of Singapore. And he's here with us today. And we want to just hope that you'll join me in recognizing Ambassador Koh and Mrs. Elaine Ng. Ambassador Koh is the sort of universal ambassador of Singapore to practically everything, and a wonderfully and beloved figure, as is Elaine Ng, the CEO of the National Library Board of Singapore, who will be hosting this event next August. Now, it is a really great pleasure, and I'd say even an honor, to be able to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Ismail Serageldin, Director of the Library of Alexandria, the Alexandrina. Dr. Serageldin's highly distinguished career as an international statesman includes service as the World Bank's Vice President for Environmental and Socially Sustainable Development. He's a prolific author, a great lecturer who gave an important series of lectures recently in Paris at the Collège de France, perhaps the highest honor everyone can have in a European setting for a major set of lectures. He chaired yesterday's partner meeting of the World Digital Library and this morning's executive committee meeting. He's on continuous high gear. He's an eloquent spokesman for universal learning. He's revived and headed the great Library of Alexandria, which was the universal library of classical antiquity in the Mediterranean. And even in the tumult of the Arab Spring, his young, dynamic staff, an extraordinary group of people, joined hands in a great circle and protected the library for the future that bears this great name from the past by joining hands, forming a great circle around the revived library at Alexandria and protecting it from any harm from any direction in that country. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a hero of our times, Ismail Serageldin.
Wow. Thank you so much for these very, very kind words. It's a great honor for me to be here, and I would like to say, ladies and gentlemen, friends, fellow book lovers, today we are gathered in this great enterprise at the behest of our friend and host, Jim Billington, Librarian of Congress, cultural impresario and erudite scholar extraordinaire, visionary global cultural leader who's the pioneer of the American Memory Program and the founder of the World Digital Library. And it is a great honor to be here, Congressman Larson and Senator Reid and all the wonderful colleagues and, of course, the very generous support of the philanthropists we have heard. And we are here to discuss really the book and its future. And I'm honored to have been asked to launch this process with these reflections. Now, those who know me well, and I've had occasion to attend some of my public lectures, would undoubtedly expect me to use hundreds of images to complement and reinforce my talk, which I normally do. But today, I will use only words, for that is a crucial part of the argument that I will make, namely that the book, as a substantial and significant collection of words, will continue, despite the enormous transformations that we are witnessing in all aspects of our modern existence. Now, I'm old enough to remember studying and doing research in libraries at a time when photocopying was a luxury, and we used to take laborious notes on index cards. It was a different world, without email, faxing, printing, scanning, very limited wet process photocopying, a world which young people 20 years of age or so would have difficulty imagining, and certainly they can't identify with. Introduction of the mobile phone and the internet a few decades ago was a minor curiosity. Today they are found in the most remote areas of the world, as information and communication technologies have transformed our lives. So when exactly was the tipping point? Who knows? Who cares? A new reality is here, and that is what counts. Now, will that new reality mark the death of the book as we know it? Well, first, let us say a few words about what I consider the 7 characteristics or the 7 pillars of this revolution in the very structure of knowledge and how it is constructed and communicated. The first of these is parsing life and organization. And since the beginning of time, whether we were writing on scrolls or on codexes, the accumulation of knowledge was based on parsed structures with units put next to each other like bricks in a wall of an emerging structure. In addition, each piece was dead or fixed. Once published, it stayed exactly as it was until a second edition would appear. Now, the internet changed all that. The web page has become the unit of parsing, and it's constantly updated. Online material becomes alive and interactive, and social connectivity adds to the knowledge connectivity of the semantic web. The structure, organization, and presentation of knowledge will become one large, interconnected, vibrant, global living tissue of concepts, ideas, and facts, no longer parsed like bricks in a wall. It will be more like a smooth, fluid, flowing river. Second, there will be a fluid merging of text and image, both still and video, 3D virtual reality, and augmented reality as well. and machines, and that's the third pillar, will become essential for humans to search for, find, and retrieve and manipulate knowledge in any field, with the possible exception of pure mathematics and some aspects of philosophy. Now, this is not good or bad, it just is. Fourth, complexity permeates our world, and new analytical tools of science will be required to address that. And here, the fifth pillar, the role of computer sciences, will become central as we witness convergent and transformation of established sciences, which will define the sixth pillar of our new reality. But seventh is pluridisciplinarity. Many of our real-life problems, such as poverty, gender, or environment, are multidimensional, and they need the insights of the social sciences and the wisdom of the humanities in addition to the knowledge of the natural sciences. And here we are at the crux of the issue. For if the natural sciences can survive in the spare and structured formats of journal articles and technical reports, the insights of social science, the power of cultural expression, and the wisdom of the humanities are all denizens of the book. In short, that sweeping knowledge revolution will need the attributes of the book to bring forth its full benefits. But what is much more important, the book is not only critical for recording, accumulation, and transmission of knowledge, it is also indispensable for our enjoyment and crucial in developing and maintaining language, which is the essence of our culture and our identity. Thomas Jefferson once said that he could not imagine living without books. I join him in that sentiment. Further, I join Jorge Luis Borges, who said he thought paradise would be some kind of library. But what is a book? So let's embark on a brief journey into the history of the book. Although my cousins in what is today Iraq may have been among the first to promote writing on tablets, it was the Egyptians who in the 3rd millennium BC gave the ancient world the perfect medium for writing, papyrus. A thick paper-like material made by woven stems of the papyrus plant, which were pounded into sheets and then glued together to form a scroll. Yes, a scroll. For millennia, the scroll would be the form in which books were kept. Now, my other cousins, in what is today Lebanon, ever the traders, were the ones who carried that Egyptian invention to Europe. And with that came some of the words we associate with the book today. So according to Herodotus, the Phoenicians, the ancient Lebanese, brought writing and papyrus to Greece around 10th or 9th century BC, and the Greek word for papyrus as writing material was biblion, and the book biblos actually come from the Phoenician port town of Byblos. Actually, just as some people may not know, the name of coffee in Mocha comes from the port town of Mocha in Yemen, where it used to be the export place for coffee. So Byblos was the export place for papyrus. And from the Greek, we also derived the word tome, which originally meant a slice or a piece from there to denote a roll of papyrus, and tomus was used by the Latins with exactly the same meaning as a volumen. Now, throughout late antiquity, scrolls made of different materials, such as papyrus or parchment, coexisted with the codex. The format of leaves bound on one side, allowing writing on both sides of the leaf, and extremely convenient for storage and for reading. And Isidore of Seville, in the 5th century, tried to give a functional differentiation to the words codex and scroll, saying a codex is composed of many books, a book is only one scroll. It is called codex by way of metaphor. But our modern usage differs. A codex is that form which we associate with the book. Leaves bound on one side we call the spine, usually protected by a heavier cover. By the 5th century AD, the codex was rapidly replacing the scroll throughout the Roman world. But the scroll had had quite a long reign. Scrolls were the dominant form of book in the ancient Egyptian, Persian, Hellenistic, and Roman cultures, as well as Chinese, Hebrew, and other cultures as well. So the codex replaced the scroll largely out of convenience. It was, as Umberto Eco would say, one of those felicitous inventions or discoveries that once discovered remains unchanged because it's perfect, like the spoon, the hammer, the scissors, the axe. We don't evolve them. They're just perfect the way they are. So is the book. The book, as we knew it, was perfect. It was convenient to carry, easy to open, find your way to where you had last stopped. It was a combination of reading and storage device that delighted writers and readers for millennia. And the Gutenberg invention of the printing press would revolutionize the world. It was to be one of the first efforts at mass production, and thus prefigures the Industrial Revolution by substituting printing many copies using machines rather than laboriously copying each book by hand in an artisanal fashion. It also laid the groundwork for a massive expansion in reading, just as Europe was getting out of the Dark Ages. The Enlightenment would be its biggest and most important progeny. McLuhan has observed that printing also gave the visual sense an enormous importance over the other senses as a means of gaining and communicating ideas and information. We no longer relied on storytellers and what somebody could remember in their memory, and the codex reigned supreme. And the book in its codex form would survive all forms of new technologies. Radio, cinema, television, all were expected at some point to mark the end of reading, the end of newspapers, the end of books. But all of these enormously transformative technologies tended to be additive. We have a lot more information from a lot more channels, and among these, reading and books flourished. There are more books today, both in print and being written and issued, than at any previous time in history. And there are more readers today than at any previous time in history. In fact, the new technologies have enabled the creation of global virtual book clubs that connect millions of book lovers, such as Goodreads.com, that has connected over 12 million book lovers in a few short years, who they claim have added more than 400 million books to their private bookshelves since joining this virtual Goodreads.com. The service is remarkable in its reach and the coverage it brings, and is fueled by the efforts of over 40,000 volunteer editors and the revenue of some author and publisher advertisements. But what then, if anything, should we be concerned about in this enormous transformation that is hitting our world like a tsunami? Well, some of the formats we got used to will change, the production and sales channels will change, but the book will, I believe, remain the book. Also, there may be some concerns about the manner in which language will develop in the coming generation. But first, let's go back to the book. What makes a book a book? Now here I would like to address the book not as a physical object whose shape can change in many ways, but as content, a collection of words of a certain minimum length. So how long should a book be? Well, today novels, the most common form of book, can provide a hint of the book's length, something over 40,000 words. Arbitrary, no doubt, but publishers and reviewers of fictional prose tend to call works that fall between 17,000 and 40,000 words a novella. And shorter versions are even called novelettes. And short stories can be anything up to 10,000 words. And articles, because they appear in journals and magazines, do not necessarily fit into any of these categories, and neither do essays or monographs, which are a sort of standalone article about a specific subject. Now, academic and scholarly works are invariably articles, essays, monographs, or books, frequently the latter. And that is because the exposition of complex material and complex thoughts cannot be easily reduced to sound bites. Some nuggets can be found in aphorisms and in short poems, where the essence of an idea is beautifully articulated. But regretfully, the masters of that type of expression are very few and far between. Poems and poetry have completely different criteria, although it is interesting that they tend to be gathered in collections that constitute the work or the oeuvre of a single poet or an anthology of poetry, and that these collections qualify as books. Now, the novel is the most common form of fictional book, and it has had a tremendous impact on entertainment and publishing markets. Comic books or graphic novels are books in which the story is illustrated. The characters and narrators use speech or thought bubbles to express verbal language. Reference works such as dictionaries, encyclopedias, and databases will inevitably disappear into the electronic realm as the new digital media allows search, retrieval, copying, pasting with an ease and speed and precision that defy any human manipulation of a printed codex. And today, we here are witnessing the last days of the absolute dominance of the codex as the primary receptacle in which the book is stored and read. The digital future is here. But if the codex replaced the scroll without significant loss for anyone, why should we be concerned by the disappearance of the codex in its modern printed form and the appearance of the e-book? I think we should not be concerned. I believe that e-books will replace the printed version of the book, and even those who claim the superiority of the printed version for bed, bath, or beach will be overcome by the ability to conjure up virtual books that will float in the air before your eyes, and where you'll be able to turn the pages just by our thoughts. This is all happening right now. Just by our thoughts, and where we shall be able not just to turn the pages, but maybe if fancy strikes us, to scroll down or laterally in a seamless presentation. And image and video will be equally easy to access and may well be interwoven into a unified multimedia presentation that our reading experiences will become. Oh, my friends, we should not cry over the demise of the codex any more than we should cry that great books read for centuries on scrolls began to be read in codex form. That is progress. That's unstoppable. But there are some of us, a fairly small minority, no doubt, of which I will definitely be one, who shall continue to treasure the codex book and our book collections. Perhaps some will cherish them as valuable artifacts of a bygone era, as we do first editions today. But for me, it will be because these particular editions, paperback, hardbound, whatever, that I own, marked and dog-eared by multiple readings, have really acquired the status of friends. Not just the voice of the author, mind you, the book itself. The edition with which I spent so much time and which gave me so much enjoyment over the years. The book into which I jotted my marginal comments or underlined a favorite sentence or noted a passage. These will be irreplaceable, even as I also delve into the digital world that allows me to carry an entire library of thousands of books in the palm of my hand as I travel. And so for me, even as I use ebooks and all the convenience that electronic search already presents, I join Jefferson and Borges in celebrating the Codex book as my companion and libraries as my personal kind of paradise. Now, I do read and reread the classics in all formats because of the qualities that make them classics. Eternally rediscovered by successive generations, these great books, in terms of content, are the glory of human civilization. They repay our investment many times over. And with time, they become your and my friends as well, each having its own quirks and personality. That wonderful relationship is what would make me apply to these great classics what Yeats' famous lines, although he clearly intended them for something else, think where man's glory most begins and ends, and say, my glory was that I had such friends as these great books. The glory of these great books, past, present, and future great books. So let us agree that the book is not just a receptacle that we have come to know and love as an object. A book is in reality a collection of words that is rather lengthy and that constitutes a certain type of unity as either a work of scholarship or of art or of entertainment. The book has become through the ages the standard unit of parsing of knowledge and of those forms of artistic expression that use language as a primary means for communicating their message. Today, the unit of parsing is changing to become the web page. The texts are searched and retrieved largely as individual sentences or paragraph, and rarely are these powerful aphorisms in themselves. Now, such sliced and diced material is not necessarily the best way to access cultural output or thoughtful works of profound value. Narrative requires some space and length. So does exposition. Now, the great epics from Gilgamesh to the Iliad are thousands of years old. The great plays are at least as old as ancient Greece. We cherish them to this day as part of that human, all too human legacy that we call culture. For in the end, culture is what makes us human. It is what gives us identity and a sense of belonging. And we're not just concerned with meeting our basic needs. We want to be free to express ourselves. And these expressions define our culture. It is the work of art that is composed of the words of our language. It uses a triple level of abstraction: the letter, the word, and the sentence. And out of these abstractions come the most powerful images, the greatest ideas, the most profound meditations, and the dreams of what may never be. Our culture is defined by our language, which with its subtleties and its suppleness is at the heart of everything we do. Language is the articulator of ideas. And as Victor Hugo said, no army can defeat an idea whose time has come. And no less an authority than Napoleon Bonaparte said, over the long haul, ideas will always defeat the sword. Language is our call to action. It is the invitation to reflect. It constructs mirrors in which we see ourselves and opens windows through which we see the world. Language can bring to life with passion and pathos historical events long gone, with all their joys and all their sorrows, and tears and blood no less real for having been a long time ago. Language can imagine that which never was. Indeed, everything that is was once only imagined by someone. Language can make us speak of, communicate, and even comprehend that which we cannot even imagine in our mind's eye. For example, 11-dimensional space, the infinitely small, the infinitely large, the meaning of justice, the concept of culture, the importance of truth, the notion of values, or for true believers, the concept of divinity. Language can handle all of that. Language is what brings forth the stuff of dreams, and it is the very substance of our culture. Now, today, our youth are being exposed to more language than any of us could ever imagine. But they tend to get it in short bursts that are necessarily superficial exposures to sometimes profound material. The instruments they use do not encourage them to master exposition and argument. The short SMS, the informal email, the restricted and rapid tweet, all make for speed and quantity of communication, but not for quality of language and thoughtful reflection. It is like fast food compared to gourmet cuisine. Now, the issue of language is important because language changes and lives in the present even as it provides a link to the past. It prefigures the future. It is constantly deconstructed and reconstructed so that new editions of old works are sometimes needed. And is the revolution we are witnessing now just a faster process of the historical changes that pushed the evolution of every language in history? Now, let me, for purposes of this discussion, limit myself to English, though much of what I say can be mapped onto the histories of other languages and other cultures. The language of Chaucer is very different from that of Shakespeare, and that in turn is somewhat different from modern English. But in every generation, every writer learns his or her craft by reading the works of others. Mastery is acquired by exposure and experience, by diligence and craftsmanship. And this is equally true of music or the visual arts. Scholarly works must build on or refute preceding generations. The new is defined in contrast to the established. Innate talents must be nurtured and honed by confrontation with the works of others. That entire growing and cumulative body of works is what creates culture and identity. Now, today, the power of the internet and the new information and communication technologies has created an atmosphere where young people can and do communicate with each other and with the world at large in a constant world of connectivity and multitasking. But I'm concerned that they do not learn to properly manipulate language with its splendor and its awesome power, any more than they learn to appreciate and savor the beauty of its constructions and the studied casualness of its ambiguities. Yet these are skills that interaction with the text of the past, with the books, would give, and these are the skills that will enable them to write the masterpieces of tomorrow. Allow me to give some examples of what I fear does not easily come across in the abbreviated slang of the SMS and the tweets, or in the short attention spans that are imposed by the rapid tempo and hectic pace of a present teenage lifestyle. A lifestyle that makes me recall T.S. Eliot's famous questions posed already a century ago. Where is the life we have lost in living? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information? Language, that greatest of human inventions, can be both supple and subtle. And reading books is what allows us to learn to appreciate the fine art involved in the manipulation of language and helps budding authors master their craft. In the hands of the masters, language can communicate ideas and feelings within the most minimalist and spare construction of a Samuel Beckett or a haiku poem. Constructions that can be considered the linguistic match of the spare visual constructions of a Mondrian or a Rothko. But language can also go to the other extreme. With a few words, give us powerful Baroque imagery with rich exuberance of implied detail that can roll over us like a wave with an abundance of images. Listen to the powerful opening lines of Shakespeare's Henry V. Oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention, a kingdom for a stage, princes to act, and monarchs to behold the swelling scene. Then should the warlike Harry, like himself, assume the port of Mars, and at his heels, leeched in like hounds, should famine, sword, and fire crouch for employment. We can almost hear the brass bugles and see the flapping of colored flags and standards and all the accoutrements of pomp and magnificence to frame the awesome majesty of the king, the future master of war and glorious conquest. But note the total difference of the passage that Shakespeare, as he gives Mark Antony a powerful, thunderous voice to bring forth the terrible imagery of war. Not glory, but war of death and destruction. He says, blood and destruction shall be so in use, and dreadful objects so familiar, that mothers shall but smile when they behold their infants quartered with the hands of war, all pity choked with the custom of fell deeds. Horrors so unimaginable that only the numbness of familiarity and repetition will enable us to endure them. The custom of fell deeds shall choke out even the pity of mothers watching their children die. Cry havoc, and let slip the dogs of war, that this foul deed shall smell above the earth with carrion men groaning for burial. Carrion men groaning for burial? Yes. The horrors of the Holocaust, the killing fields from the Somme and Verdun in World War I, to the wholesale slaughter of World War II, to the massacres of Cambodia, Rwanda, Yugoslavia, and beyond. Only the language of literature can cope with such a challenge. Only the language of literature can allow us to bear witness, to marshal our moral outrage, and in the immortal phrase of Yeats, to hold in a single thought reality and justice. And I could go on to discuss the meditative voice that can take us into the deepest insights of the human condition and so much more. That is what we get from books. They repay our attention, our involvement with insight and gratification. But what about an alternative to the book? Well, in the past century, we invented new art forms, most notably film. It combined visual imagery with dialogue and plot and characterization, along with acting and music. A complex endeavor, the film is the absolute creation of the 20th century. It is a felicitous marriage of technology and art. But the backbone of the film is the screenplay, a special form of book. The film is not a 2-minute video clip. Like great novels or plays, it is intentionally constructed in a multi-layered fashion, eschewing simplistic linearity, developing rounded and complex characters that allow us to see bits of our own self and reflection in them and to engage with them at different levels in different ways. But powerful as the film is, it will not replace the book. For in the book, by the power of the word, the author invites the readers to create their own mental images. The power of the word is the secret of the book. Words, words, words. What are words? They are symbols for shared memories. For the writer can only allude, can only try to make the reader imagine. The reader constructs the rest. And we as readers bring to the text our aspirations and our fears, our hopes and our dreams, our concerns and our memories. And the skillful writer is one who opens up possibilities and leaves that creative ambiguity that invites the reader to make his or her own contribution. Now, words can be threatening, seductive, or magical, depending on how they are assembled together and threaded into the tapestry of an essay, a poem, a novel, or a play. In poems, of course, there is meter, rhyme, and poetic imagery. In prose, there are rhetorical devices. But ultimately, there is also the power of the images and metaphors that give words their particular power. For example, when Chesterton speaks of marble like silver moonlight, or gold like frozen fire. Now, deceptively simple words can carry profound meanings. Take, for example, these thoughts by Borges reviewing the work of Dante Rossetti, a 19th century British son of Italian emigres who was both painter and poet, and who writes in the sonnet Inclusiveness, "What man has bent over his son's sleep to brood, how that face shall watch his when cold it lies, or thought as his own mother kissed his eyes, of what her kiss was when his father wooed." Now, in the first line, what man has bent over his son's sleep to brood, we have the father bending over the face of a sleeping son. And then in the second line, like a good movie, we have suddenly the same image is reversed, and we see the son bending over the face of the dead man, his father. And then Freudian psychology comes in to make us doubly sensitive to that last couplet, or thought as his own mother kissed his eyes of what her kiss was when his father wooed. But here also we have the beauty of the soft English vowels in brood and wooed, and the additional beauty of wooed being by itself, not wooed her, but simply wooed. The word, as Borges says, goes on ringing. Or think of the very well-known lines by Robert Frost. The woods are lovely, dark, and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. Now here we have something very unusual. We have the same line repeated word for word twice over, yet the sense is different. The first miles to go before I sleep speaks of physical miles in New England, and sleep means about Frost lying in his bed. The second line, we're made to feel that the miles are not in space, but in time, and that sleep here means to die or to rest. Two identical lines giving two different and complementary meanings. A beautiful language, not necessarily confined to poetry, is seductive by the run of the verse or the flow of the phrase. It is distinctive by its posture in the mouth and in the ear, remarkable in its constant drama of tone and tune. And great books are about great writing, which involves talent, mastery of technique, an unerring sense of drama, and insightful understanding of human nature that creates clever, multi-layered narratives and prismatic characters, and opens up unending vistas with images that engage our imagination and our intellect. We find and lose ourselves in these creations as each successive generation interacts and reinvents these texts. Now, Toni Morrison chose to tell an allegorical story in her Nobel lecture. It is about an old blind woman who is reputed to be very wise, and young teenagers who want to challenge her, asking her, remember she's blind, whether the bird they are holding is alive or dead. She does not even know if they are holding a bird at all. But her answer is true. She says, "It is your responsibility." And the subsequent exchanges between them show that the bird is language. And it is really in their hands whether the bird dies or flies. And in the subsequent exchanges, it becomes clear that the bird is not only safe with these young people who challenge her, it will indeed soar. That optimistic parable from one of the all-time greats reminds us that we must not despair that we leave our precious book into the hands of youth. The book, in terms of the supreme vehicle for that most precious of gifts, our language, our literature, our heritage, our yesterdays, our tomorrows, will be shaped by that younger generation. And if the challenges we see coming make us fear for all we love, we should know that this is nothing new. A poet once said, "I see no hope for the future of our people if they are dependent on the frivolous youth of today, for certainly all youth are reckless beyond words and impatient of restraint." That was Hesiod, the father of Greek didactic poetry, and the year was 700 BC. So we've done pretty well since then. I, like Toni Morrison, trust our youth. Indeed, I prefer to think of them in this rapidly changing world as the great Robert Frost already thought of them half a century ago when he said, "Now I am old, my teachers are the young. What can't be molded must be cracked and sprung, a strain at lessons fit to start a suture. I go to school to youth to learn the future. And so my end is my beginning. The book will survive, not as an artifact of bound leaves between two covers, but as a collection of words of some length, of unimaginable variety and power. Doubtless, it will take different shapes that we cannot even imagine, but it will be suited to worlds that we cannot even imagine. Let us trust youth. They too will need language. They will create the books of tomorrow. For their world, partly virtual, partly real, they will create their books. They will find the ways that suit their times as we have found the ways that suited ours. Thus will they also rediscover the great classics, as every generation does. For it is what makes them classics, that they are the touchstones of our memories and the wellsprings of our imagination. And the youth of today will also produce their own great works that will become the classics of the future for the generations that will come after them. And the book lives on and on and on. Thank you.
My name is Daniel DeSimone. I'm the curator of the Lessing J. Rosenwald collection here at the Library of Congress. And I'm a very lucky man today because I'm able to follow such an eloquent presentation, such an inspiring speech, which will be taken up by all of the speakers today. And I have the privilege of introducing to you a very inspiring person, Elizabeth L. Eisenstein. Elizabeth is a graduate of Vassar College and Radcliffe College, where she received a PhD in history from Harvard, studying under Professor Crane Brinton. The publication of The Printing Press as an Agent of Change by Cambridge University in 1979 placed her in the forefront of cultural historians and had a significant impact on the evolution of the field of study known as history of the book. Her books and articles have been translated into 10 languages. Her most recent publication in 2011 by the University of Pennsylvania Press, Divine Art, Infernal Machine, The Reception of Printing in the West from First Impressions to the Sense of an Ending. In 1990, Dr. Eisenstein gave the Lyell Lectures at the Bodleian Library, Oxford. Her lectures were published in 1992 by the Clarendon Press under the title Grub Street Abroad, Aspects of the French Cosmopolitan Press from the Age of Louis XIV to the French Revolution. In 2012, just earlier this year, she received the Gutenberg Prize, awarded by the city of Mainz and the International Gutenberg Society. Presently, she is Professor Emerita of History at the University of Michigan. Dr. Eisenstein has a long relationship with the Library of Congress. In 1977, she presented the Engelhard Lecture in the wake of the printing press, sponsored by the Rare Book and Special Collections Division and the Center for the Book. She was a member of the Council of Scholars established in 1979 by Daniel Borston, then Librarian of Congress, and served as the first scholar in residence. In 2007, the University of Massachusetts, in association with the Center for the Book at the Library of Congress, published Agent of Change, Print Culture Studies after Elizabeth L. Eisenstein. And in 2011, she was a keynote speaker at the 19th Annual Conference of SHARP, the Society for the History of Authorship and Publishing, which was held here at the Library of Congress. What we'd like to do today is have a conversation. And it's okay.
I think it'll be a short conversation.
I'm going to try and keep it going because there's so many people who've come to see you today. But the first question I want to ask really is, what was it about history that so stimulated you that you decided at an early age to dedicate your life to learning and writing and teaching about the historical past?
Oh, golly. I'm not sure that I can say I knew I wanted to be an historian until I was in college. But I did love historical novels. I was, as were many youngsters, a bookworm. In fact, I think that maybe part of my concern about print is that it has had such an impressive effect upon me because my nose was in a book from the time I was very young. And I used to read, Alexandre Dumas, The Three Musketeers, and Walter Scott, and even Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities. And I think that may have given me a taste for history. But there was also the fact I was growing up in New York in the 1930s when so much history was in the making. And there was fascism, Nazism, communism abroad. People were arguing about it. There was the First World War was over, but the Second World War was beginning. And you couldn't help but be concerned about current events at that time. And that concern, I think, led me to think about how did this all come about. So that political history was on my mind, as well as medieval history, and how did these medieval figures turn into something different as time went on. So I think it started rather early, but I didn't know about it until I got to college and went ahead and majored in history.
When you were at Vassar, did you take history courses or Western Civ?
I certainly did, and I would give credit to my history teachers who really, they were fascinated by the topic and they fascinated me. And they also sat on top of you doing research to see just that you did the right kind of research. They gave you wonderful sources. I remember reading the Gentleman's Magazine in the 18th century. And they gave you all sorts of interesting material to read. And they encouraged you to go on to graduate work. And I think going to a women's college in that period with these dedicated teachers really made a tremendous difference because they wanted us to pursue this particular career.
Yeah. And from Vassar, then you went on to Radcliffe?
Well, it was called Radcliffe, but as my daughter, who went there later, she calls it Harvard. It was essentially Harvard, except women were second-class citizens in my day, not in my daughter's day, thank goodness. So I did study at Harvard, and I was impressed by how much better my teaching was at Vassar than it was as a graduate student at Harvard, where there wasn't very much concern about watching what you were doing and how you were thinking. Nevertheless, they did inspire me. There were 2 or 3 professors. One wrote a book. Well, I won't go into it. That would take us forever. But I did learn a lot. And Crane Brinton was an influence in that he persuaded me, or at least inspired me partly, to work in the field of the French Revolution. And of course, the French Revolution tied everything together because Stalin, well, the tradition in Russia had come from Lenin studying the French Revolution. Ho Chi Minh studied the French Revolution. The French Revolution really was a source of inspiration to revolutionaries through the 19th and 20th century. And the mystery of the French Revolution seemed to be basic for understanding what was happening later.
What was it like for a young, newly minted PhD to take your first teaching position here in Washington at AU?
Oh, I was so thrilled. I was a faculty wife in Madison, Wisconsin when we were first married. There's nothing lower than an instructor at a great big medieval Midwestern university. I was going to say nothing lower than an instructor except for an instructor's wife. And that was my position. It was a very interesting position. I was working on my thesis at that time. But I tried to get a job when we moved to Oxford and then State College. My husband's a physicist. And I tried to get a job in State, there wasn't a chance. Came to Washington and wrote every university in the area from Howard to University of Maryland to GW and so forth. And nobody even bothered to answer the application. Because this was the early 60s. I don't think people appreciate how second-class citizen in the academic world women were in that period. There's been a real revolution, I'm happy to say. And so when American University came up with the idea that I would teach 120 students, captive audience, in Western Civ is what we called it, the history of Western civilization. It was required in that period, so a lot of my students were not too interested. They were divided into two groups of 60 each, and I had to do all the grading and everything else. I was thrilled at the idea of being able to do some teaching. And this had unexpected benefits in that it forced me to traverse the full narrative of Western civilization. Later on at Michigan, they called it from Plato to NATO, but NATO wasn't in existence at the time that I was doing this at American University. Nevertheless, it gave me a sense of the grand narrative, which has gone completely out of fashion now. Nobody wants to talk about the grand narrative, which I think is tragic, because it is in the back of everybody's mind, whatever social science they're engaged in, they have in the back of their minds the historical grand narrative. And it's up to historians, it seems to me, to show them where their views are in need of adjustment. But if historians ignore that, nobody else is going to do that particular job. Anyway, the other thing that happened was I found myself in the 1450s with three things occurring. I'm sure you know: the end of the 100 Years' War, the fall of Constantinople, 1453, both of them, and the invention of printing. And I could talk about the fall of Constantinople, and I could talk about the end of the 100 Years' War and what it meant. But when it came to talking about the invention of printing and how that fitted into the narrative, I was stymied. I really didn't have any sense of what to do with that particular piece of technology, though I knew it was terribly important because every book I read said that it was very important. But every book I read stopped short of telling me why it was important. And that was the genesis of my work.
There are other influences that...
Well, I should say the other major influence was in 1962, I picked up a copy of a book called The Gutenberg Galaxy. I wonder if you are all familiar, because it's almost passé now. At one time, Marshall McLuhan was such an important figure, he even appeared in a movie with Woody Allen's movie, if you remember. But now, very, very young people really have never even heard of him, which is intriguing. But I will say, reading that book, which was not good history at all, nevertheless, it did make me think, what of his various theories about all the things that printing did might hold up if you think about this from an historical perspective, and that's what I did.
In 1979, the Cambridge University Press published the printing press as an agent of change. How would you describe the thesis of that book?
I will maintain there isn't a thesis. There's just an effort to try to rethink historical perspectives by inserting this particular invention in the grand narrative. Because up to then, it seemed to me, there's a very large literature on early printing, which I did finally plow through. A lot of it is good, and then some of it's very difficult, and some of it's very technical. But it did not, at that point, integrate this invention with the rest of history. And so I made an effort, and it was partly due to having to teach and talk about this, an effort to try to insert this particular invention into the general fabric of history, which meant unraveling pieces of the general fabric and taking issues with what a lot of historians had said, because they did tend to gloss over the invention of printing when they talked about the Renaissance. The Reformation was a different matter because there was always some mention of printing in connection with the Protestant Reformation, because Luther himself had mentioned printing as God's highest act of grace and made a big thing about the fact that it really helped him, whereas John Huss had not had printing and had suffered a disaster. This is in Luther's own thinking. So it's clear that the printing press is very significant in the eyes of early Protestants, but nevertheless, there was a lot more to it than historians, at least it seemed to me, than historians had made of it, especially as a preliminary to the Reformation. And then finally, there was the question of the scientific revolution, which everybody was concerned about at that particular moment at the universities. And it did seem to me, again, that there was not sufficient appreciation of what George Sarton called the double invention of printing and engraving, because the possibility of combining engraving with text was really extremely important if you're thinking of anatomy and you think of other sciences, including tables used by astronomers. Imagine trying to copy out a logarithm table by hand. I mean, the importance of the printed word to affecting the work of natural philosophers, it seems to me to be well, unassailable.
You describe a series of 5 conventions or features that you recognized once you began to apply your thesis to the study of early modern Europe. 2 of them were standardization and preservation. Can you talk about them and the relationships of the transition from script to print?
Wow.
In 2 minutes or less?
I don't want to extend this too long, but
we've got plenty of time.
It does seem to me, this has become disputable, this question of standardization. There's I call him a young man. I guess he's not so young now, but from my perspective, he's still a young man named Adrian Johns, who wrote a book called The Nature of the Book, in which he tries to impress us with the fact that standardization is not as important as I suggest, but nevertheless, I do think it's absolutely crucial. And the best example I can give of that quickly is the Wicked Bible, for which the printer was fined. The 10 Commandments, one of the 10 Commandments was not, there was a misprint. The word not was left out of thou shalt commit adultery. And the Wicked Bible is known in histories of the Bible because the printer was fined. Why was the printer fined? Because this obvious error was repeated more than 100 times. Now, a scribe would not. The second scribe would recognize the error in a hand-copied version, hopefully, and not make it again. But that kind of repetition, the standardization of errors, is a very important phenomenon as far as printing goes. And it became customary to put errors in the back of the book, calling errata, to single out the errors that the printers had made. This is an example of standardization, but there are lots of examples.
And how about preservation? That was a particular.
And preservation, well, the librarian of Alexandria library is certainly familiar with the importance of preservation, because so much was lost in the age of the hand-copied book, and so much has been preserved. And not just preserved, but also more and more, we're uncovering more and more texts from antiquity, and then printing them and preserving them. Preservation is not only a terribly important feature, printing was known as the art that preserves all arts. And it's such an important feature, but it does compare, I think, with modern digitalization in that we haven't yet found, I think, a method of preserving that's as useful or helpful as the sheer duplication that printing entailed. I think of the fate of a floppy disk. There's nothing, nothing deader than a floppy disk. And there's the 500-year-old Gutenberg Bible in the hall. So duplication does mean preservation, much, I think, to the sorrow of some librarians, because they're being flooded with so much. As the librarian of Alexandria noted, more books are being printed all the time. It is flooding our libraries with an overload. There's a wonderful book by Anne Blair called Too Much to Know. It's about the 16th and 17th century, when the printing first made its impression on people, and there was too much. There was a sense of overload already in the 17th century. Well, the sense of overload of the copious press is still with us, and I don't think it will ever stop. You think of your printer, your office printer, and you go to Kinko's and you see how much is being printed there. It's just incredible, the amount that's being produced. So there's kind of an irony in thinking of the end of the age of print. We're still right in the middle of it.
What was the critical impact of your work and its reception by the academic public?
Oh my. Well, it was mixed, shall I say. But there were surprising numbers of reviews in many different kinds of journals. And after about 10 years, I found there was much more acceptance. And 20 years later, there was still more acceptance. And when I reduced the big book to something rather smaller, definitely smaller, 300 pages, it's still being printed, and a recent edition just came out. So I think it's one acceptance in most circles, although there is, I say, some resistance. Historians are always happy with debates.
And how do you feel your work contributed to the study of this new field of print culture and the evolution of the field of study that's oftentimes referred to as a history of the book?
Well, the term print culture is one that I used because Walter Ong, who had written about print very sensitively and very excitingly, used the word typographic culture and compared it with chirographic culture. And I just simply called it print culture compared with scribal culture. It seemed to me a simple way of talking about all the activities that were involved in producing the hand-copied book and all the activities that were involved in producing a printed book. So I thought scribal culture involved the scriptoria, the pen, well, everything that was involved in producing a hand-copied book. And print culture, everything that was involved in producing printed materials. And I might add that although we are talking about books, and there are very eloquent comments about books, the printer really profited more from non-books. The output of the non-book is an enormously important part of our story, including the indulgences that Luther was so annoyed about, and including tickets, railroad timetables, as well as newspapers above all. And of course, in the 19th century, there was the fear that the newspaper would drive out the book. And it was assumed that that would happen by the end of the 19th century. And I collect all the premature obituaries, as I call them, to the end of the book in my most recent work, which has the final section is called A Sense of an Ending, The Sense of an Ending. And there are so many predictions about the end of the book from the 19th century to the present. It's really quite remarkable that the book is being printed even in greater quantity right now.
In 1999, you conducted a series of seminars at the Folger Shakespeare Library exploring attitudes to early printing. This work resulted in your latest publication, which just came out in 2011, called The Divine Art Infernal Machine. Would you talk a little bit about some of the examples that you had found about this
Well,
idea?
I was intrigued by how ambivalent people were about this invention from the beginning. But on the other hand, I was intrigued by the fact that the West really, while there was ambivalence, especially about the errors that printers were making all the time, and about bad printing, there was complaint after complaint. On the whole, the powerful figures of the time all thought this was a perfectly wonderful invention. And that included the Catholic churchmen, first of all. It's interesting to compare that with the Muslim world and realize that there was, well, when the Quran was printed, it was printed in the West. The Muslim world did not accept printing. I've talked to authorities on this. There are lots of legends about their prohibiting printing. I'm not sure that that is correct, but the fact is they did not accept printing. There was a Jewish press in Constantinople. There was an Armenian press, but the Ottoman Turks simply did not accept printing for 300 years. And I feel that's rather an interesting contrast to the fact that the West accepted it immediately, and the churchmen, the Pope indeed, accepted the printing of the Bible as a wonderful, wonderful phenomenon. I don't think it's appreciated the extent to which the Catholic Church really sponsored printers and accepted printing early on. It wasn't until the Protestant Reformation that you begin to get a different view of the printer on the part of the churchmen.
Earlier this year, you received the Gutenberg Prize from the City of Mainz. And that's awarded every year or every other year. How did that prize, how did you see that international recognition that you had received?
Oh.
How did you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I think we're all very pleased when things fall out of the sky. And this was a complete surprise. It was one award, I didn't know anything about it, and it was quite a few euros as well, which was very nice. So it was a delight, and I think it's not actually, as far as international recognition went, I think I already had more controversy in France over my work very early on than anywhere outside of the British, the English-speaking world. And I think, have we come to an end?
I've got one more question.
Sense of the ending?
Just one question. So what are you thinking about these days?
What am I thinking? Oh, I can't avoid thinking about what is the fate of the book. I notice some people have Kindles right here, my children, my grandchildren, and even I have a great-grandson, but he's only 5. He hasn't really started playing with all these new machines. You can't help but wonder what the next generation and the next generation will do when they're surrounded by all of this material. I believe Dr. Billington made a very astute remark about technology it doesn't supplant, What was the word you used, Jim? Technology doesn't supplant old material. It supplements it. It supplements it. And I've been saying for some time that besides these premature obituaries that don't work, that people used to say that the theater would be ended by the movie, that the movie would be ended by television. Well, of course, that hasn't happened. It started with photography and painting. Photography was going to drive out painting. And none of these things have happened. We live in a very complex, multimedia world. And I think printing is not going to be necessarily superseded, but is going to coexist because it has certain qualities that differentiate it from the electronic media, including the need for batteries, which is always on my mind.
Elizabeth, thank you very much
for listening.
I'm Sarah Thomas, and I'm going to be moderating this session on National Library Perspectives on the Past, Present, and Future of the book. You can see we have a distinguished and illustrious panel here of representatives of national libraries, and when the time comes, I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves. Can I just ask the technician in the back? All right, there we are. So just so I know I've got my little slides up. And I thought I would begin by just asking, who among us can bear to even chuck the most common paperback into the bin when we're thinking about the history of the book and the importance of the book? From my earliest days, books were totemic objects. They were revered for their ability to transport us into other worlds, to unlock mysteries, to inspire, to educate, to amuse. When I think about my mother and her idea of housekeeping, it was to have the upright Hoover, but with Marjorie Morningstar balanced on top of it. So that's my education. The tree rings of my development were marked by the graduation from the simple one-room library of our very small village, here the Haydenville Public Library, to a grander library, the Meekins Library, in a town of 2,000. We think about libraries always being really the definition of our worlds. And it proclaimed over it, knowledge is power. You can't quite read that. And then the next library 8 miles away was Forbes Library, the Richardsonian Library in the neighboring village of Northampton. And then there were ever greater repositories to follow. The Nielsen Library at Smith College, the Widener Library at Harvard, the Library of Congress, and now, if not larger, certainly older, the Bodleian Library. So the book was always at the center of my existence, and the libraries in which I've read and served have had books at their core. My dissertation was on Hugo von Hofmannsthal and his publisher, Anton Kippenberg, which looked not only at the author-publisher relationship, but at the relationship between form and content. The insistence on the poet of the color of the binding, the importance of fine Japanese paper, the lettering on the spine, all were important. The materiality of the book was intrinsic to the essence of the author's thought. Elsewhere in this conference, we've heard illuminated the role of the book and printing in revolutionizing the dissemination of ideas and in spreading popular culture. I hope that books will remain sacred to society, but at the same time, we must not fetishize them or fear new developments in the ways in which we communicate. Today, the word book, like the word library, is often exclusively attached to the physical object in a way that's quite literal. There's an emotional freighting of the discussions of the book as if its tangibility were an anchor to a way of life that must be preserved against inferior, superficial, and even barbaric consumption. And I read on the other side of the pond as I'm living in Oxford, having had a little turbulence of my own, of a recent uprising in the New York Public Library. Users of the New York Public Library, including a distinguished group of authors, resulted in plans for an expensive underground excavation of some of the most precious real estate in Manhattan in order to keep collections from being moved to New Jersey. The priority placed on access to these physical collections is high today, but there is a major transition underway. Amazon's sales of ebooks outstrip those of tree books, and Google has digitized perhaps 20 million volumes, creating an unparalleled international resource, which, when legal barriers are finally transcended, will create oceans of knowledge for deep diving. Our first and second generation of digital natives may be bewildered and bemused by all the fuss. The term e-book will no doubt seem as quaint as horseless carriage. In the future, the book as object will still have meaning, just as any original, authentic object does, and it will remain worthy of study. Indeed, it will also have a place as carrier of information or as an integral aspect of a work of literature. But in the coming days, readers, librarians, and publishers will increasingly prefer more flexible and immediate forms of communication. These new forms will incorporate multimedia, although I was struck by Elizabeth Eisenstein talking about engraving and words going together as a form of multimedia. They'll be dynamic, they'll be interactive, and will bring with them new preservation, storage, access, IP, and funding challenges for libraries and other information providers. But I shall look forward to a world in which the intellectual debate which stirs the minds of men and women are not about the package, not about print, not about paper or the placement on shelf, but are about the ideas and values and democratic access to our historical record in whatever form that is represented. And now I would like to turn to my distinguished panel of librarians representing national libraries. We'll begin with a presentation from Glòria Pérez-Salmerón from Spain. And then the panelists will introduce themselves and say a few words. The director of the World Digital Library will offer commentary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks to the Library of Congress to invite the National Library of Spain at this first International Summit of the Book. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of you, colleagues. My presentation is talking about Imagine Libraries Beyond the Future that is already here. I will do. Thanks. I press, but sorry.
It worked for me, so it should be. So I just did that.
Okay.
There we are. Okay. So maybe just have to have it up.
Thanks. Libraries have always coexisted with changes. They have adapted to social and cultural evolution, and they have become more relevant for citizens. Since the end of the 20th century, there has been a change of perspective, an important variation in the approach towards both the content and the services available to users. Libraries are institutions which history begrits heavily. Over the centuries, they have evolved almost beyond recognition, from serving monastic orders, the nobility of the crown, to serving the people upon the exposition of the social roles of the libraries in the 19th century, and the special consideration of the type of users they serve. It can be said that libraries have begun from accommodating only monks to aristocrats and queens to the end of the beginning considered as a fundamental service to citizens and which direct impact of their education. There is a different kind of libraries, public libraries, specialized libraries, and national libraries, depending on the service of the users we serve. But all is changing nowadays. All is changing because from the 2000, this entire situation begins to vary due to the change of perspective from the words on paper. From paper, this is a very important storage in the National Library of Spain, to the screen, the book into screen. There are also new players in the arena like Google Books or Wikipedia, but this had been only the beginning of a very big change. The National Library of Spain, which has celebrated its 300th anniversary this year, faces the future with very clear ideas and a firm commitment of dissemination of its collections and tasks, starting with its main objective, which is to document its collection by means of the catalog. Its catalog of the library encompasses most of the materials that the library stores, from manuscripts and books from the 14th to the 19th century to photos, musical scores, and video, maps, drawings, engravings, serials, and sound recordings. The catalog's international dissemination seeks to increasingly expand presence all over the world. It has been available in the European Library since 2007, and then on the online computer libraries of Center of OCLC since 2009. National authorities' records have been in the virtual international authorities file since 2009. We have begun the scosification of our physical copies of authorities' records, which were incorporated into HIV in 2011. Alongside these manuscripts are in the Spanish University Libraries Network review, and we collaborate with autonomous regions and universities sharing data of our catalog. Among these main functions, it's important to mention the management of the legal deposit storage, whose corresponding law was updated to 2011. And main challenge was being the deposit of digital online publications. Right now, the project for the creation of the National Repository in cooperation with other different autonomous regions in Spain is a project of a very big repository. The National Repository is going on. And the National Library of Spain has been collecting the domain.es since 2009, and 3 massive collections have already been created. We have also completed 2 selective web harvesting, one of the general elections last November, and the other of the collecting Spanish resources in the fields of humanities, then collected more than 4,000 URLs. In total, the National Library of Spain has 85 terabytes with 1.7 billion of URLs. In addition, our digital library already has around 100,000 titles due to the sponsorship of Telefónica, our Spanish telecom company, which is a public-private partnership that has become an international reference point thanks to remarkable impact that it has in the library. Thanks to this funding, 3,000 pages per day, 30,000 pages per day, 30,000 pages per day are scanned in the labs and the headquarters of the library, including sound recordings that are made available in our users via streaming. One of the most important features of this sponsorship is digital images are now the property of the library without further restrictions than those dictated by the intellectual property law. Our digital library, the Biblioteca Digital Hispánica, is already present in other international digital libraries such as Europeana, World Digital Library, and the World Digital Library. At present, our digitized works are being incorporated into Content DC and also was launched last September the Digital Library of the Patrimonio Iberoamericano, the BDPI, that was created in the auspices of the ABINIA. ABINIA is the Association of the Latin American National Libraries, and it involves Portugal, Spain, and all South American libraries. This project provides a common access point to the digital resources in the Ibero-American National Libraries, as I said. You can see the portal of this important portal, and was a success story because in a very short space of time, we are providing access to around 160,000 titles, covering all types of materials, including source recordings of 6 Latin American national libraries, such as National Library of Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Panama, Portugal, and Spain. Library disseminates its contents. The portal designed by and developed by the National Library of Spain allows the users to perform searches in the main files of the bibliographic records, from the library catalogs and also for the text of documents, and it's possible to filter the results obtained through the selection of multiple facets. It also offers different collections of selections of documents which reserve a prominent place of their relevance, interest, or importance. As I said, the library, fully aware of the great works that it home to, has promoted a host of new useful social tools to disseminate its collection in different areas. You can see, of course, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Flickr. And during this year, the National Library of Spain has improved its information on Wikipedia websites. And it's a very special page, and this is very important because it's the link directly to the European Library. We take advantage of the new technologies to enrich and disseminate our masterpieces. These are initiatives that aim to bring the bibliographical jewels of the library to the general public, include interactive books. It's the case of the Quixote Interactive, launched in 2010, and the Codex Madrid of Leonardo da Vinci, who are in the collection of our library. It's very important because there's added value in these special interactive books. All the contextual content of interest include a chronology of Leonardo, as a brief treatment of areas of art and knowledge addressed to the universal thinker. All this has been supported through works part in the holdings of the National Library. You can see also a screen of the Quixote Interactive, who has gave more than 3 million of visits. But the current economic situation and sustainable development compelled to adopt authorities' strategies. The fact that the global community requires an increasingly strong commitment from libraries to render more and better services. Therefore, library performance must be maximized to achieve goals of quality and excellence with limited investments. And notably, the key lies in cooperation, provide sponsorships, understanding resources management, in addition to the generous of creating imagination. And in summary, our strategy is to do more with less, I mean less money, less resources, because this is a very special situation in Spain nowadays. Libraries recover their old roles in a society that needs to turn information into knowledge. And the printed book, as we have known until nowadays, is a physical container and conveyor of information. The role of the libraries has been to preserve their containers and make them accessible to people to disseminate this information at the related knowledge. But the time had started to change with the introduction and universal availability of a new information technologies. More and more people use mobile devices, giving them permanent access to rich multimedia content, and the change rate accelerates its exponential way. Following the example that the Biblioteca de Alexandria gave us, for instance, last week I downloaded in my iPad this app of Ferran Adrià. Ferran Adrià, as you know, is a universal cooker. This substitutes with advantage the classical printed cookbook that had been used for centuries. There is no way back. Everybody knows that next January will be not any more printed version of New Week magazine. Will be digital next January. Our vision is that the classical printed book will be in the future not mostly as an art object container of something alike. This has been the idea of the large exhibition of the 300th anniversary of the library, the printed book as a species of object of art, the book as a hunter of moments, the book as a visual poetry, as a delicacy, as a desire, as a book as a bound, a book as a music, the book as a journey. This is the content that people will never be able to experience through an electronic device, because the future of the book could be the printed book as an object of art, as a very precious object, or a multimedia giving us the possibility to interact with the book. Then, who has to change? The ideas and the questions are in the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gloria. Now I'd like to have Carolyn Brazier, who's the Director of Scholarship and Collections in the British Library, speak. We are going to all be crisp now with our remarks because we know we want to allow you to ask some questions as well.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you to the Library of Congress for this wonderful opportunity to be here and speak to you today. And thank you, Gloria, because Gloria has actually done most of the hard work for us. She's laid out, I think, very eloquently in the issues about that all national libraries are facing. So all I want to do really is to talk about 3 separate themes. I've tried, first of all, Sarah asked us to say a little bit about our background. Well, I'm a librarian. I've worked mostly in, well, apart from the British Library, I've worked mostly in academic libraries. But I think the only significant thing I want to say about the library background is the reason I became a librarian was because at the age of 11 and a half in my local public library in Scotland, I realized that librarians were incredibly powerful people who could break rules. And that was because the librarian in the children's library, realizing that I'd read most of the books in the small children's library, allowed me, she sneaked me a ticket to the adult library 6 months early, because you were only allowed to go up at the age of 12. So from that point on, I realized that librarians were these incredibly powerful people, and that's what I've tried to live up to in the rest of my career. So 3 themes relating to, this is from the British context, but I think they're themes which relate to what a lot of national libraries are facing as we manage the past, the present, and the future of the book. So my first theme relates to the past, and it's about the preservation of material. All libraries, in an analog world, all libraries have existed in a very rich mix of types of libraries: national libraries, academic libraries, special libraries, public libraries, private libraries. And we've collectively collected and preserved the world's knowledge, the world's heritage. From national libraries, the role has been really a special one of collecting what would be seen to be the national published memory, or the national memory, or the national published archive. And in an analog world, duplication was not something that worried us. Sure, we've all had problems with storage, but hey, you build more stores, you move things around. Now that we're living in a world of mass digitization, what we're beginning to see now is, as the physical objects are less used, people are beginning to think about questions such as deduplication, looking at retention policies. People are beginning to think, what can we throw away? What will be less used? And I think, therefore, that calls on the library community, I think globally, certainly at national level and international level as well. I think it's time for some sort of new international collective models, agreed models, and collective commitment to the retention, preservation, and long-term storage of the physical objects that we value so much. My second theme is relating to a very contemporary situation based in the UK, and that is that we are about, fingers crossed, to get regulations to allow us to flip our model of legal deposit from only print deposit or only physical deposit to digital deposit. This is something we've been working towards for 15, 20 years. And it is essential to allow the National Library to go on collecting the national memory, the national patrimony, as it were, because so much of that is now only uniquely in digital format. However, this has also raised the question for the National Library of what is the value of the physical objects themselves, the book as object. And I think this is raising incredibly important questions for us about when we will flip from physical collecting to digital collecting. In the Guardian newspaper last weekend, I was reading an article by a journalist who was commenting on the current situation in the UK about the Leveson inquiry and the abuse of press freedoms. And to do this, she'd interviewed some journalism students. And there was an interesting description of this class of journalism students in a British university. She described them as, this is the generation of journalists who will outlive print journalism. And it raised, for me, the question of, okay, so when do we have the generation of authors and of publishers and of librarians who will outlive print publishing? I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we'll be there for quite a long time. But I think it is very important that we think about these major questions, because to me it is as inconceivable that we have done so much to collect and to preserve everything from the beginning of the print revolution, and it would be a real shame if we messed it up just before the end. My last theme is looking to the future. And that's really about, not so much about books as objects or the way that libraries work and so on, but it's about the people who read them. As Gloria said, books have come a long way from being the preserve of monks, kings, aristocrats, private collectors, to being things available to mass audiences. And so through the work of authors, through the work of publishers, through the work of libraries, great and small, books have been a major vehicle for democratizing access to the information of knowledge. So for the future, I think we must ask not just what are we collecting, but actually what are we enabling readers of the future to do with the digital book. I think libraries have a very important role to play in conjunction with publishers to look at, what are the rights issues that will allow people to fully exploit digital technologies and to fully exploit content in a way that technology will allow us to do. In the UK at the moment, there are discussions going on about what are models of lending that we can put in place for our public libraries. Because if public libraries, I think the assumption is everybody will have their own Kindle, everybody will have their own electronic devices, everybody will be able to buy these things. But of course that wasn't true in the analog world, and it won't be true in the digital world either. So libraries, I think, must be at the forefront of these discussions and debates to make sure that we retain that access to information and knowledge that is so important. So the physical book, I think, may, over time, as Gloria was suggesting, be something that returns to, to become more about objects, objects perhaps even of great expense, great beauty, which will be of much less limited circulation than the kind of mass publications we have at the moment. But I think as librarians, we owe it to audiences of the future to make sure that they can have as good as an experience with the digital book as we, and previous generations have had with the printed book. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Ramón Mujica Pinilla, the director of the National Library of Peru.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the Library of Congress and Gloria for their kind invitation. Since I have only a few minutes to make a contribution, I have preferred to write it down. And since we're talking about books, I would like to begin by evoking the front page of a book published in Seville in 1534 and written by Bartolomé Pérez. Its front piece provides the first historical representation of the conquest of Peru. It depicts Inca King Atahualpa carried by Indians on a litter, debating with a Spanish friar standing in front of him. With one hand, the Inca king grasps his royal scepter. With the other, he holds a breviary or the Bible. This print refers to a real incident which took place in the Peruvian city of Cajamarca, In 1532, Conquistador Francisco Pizarro and the Dominican friar Vicente Valverde had their first encounter with the Inca. As part of the Spanish political protocol of conquest called the Requerimiento, and with the aid of a translator, Valverde preached a sermon to the Inca in which he assured him that this printed book contained the living word of God. As the account goes, the Inca asked to see and to listen to the book. He held it close to his ears, observed its mute characters, and angered by the deceitful claim, threw the book on the ground in rage. Father Valverde immediately interpreted this act of violence as a declaration of war. According to the General History of the Indies by Francisco de Gómara, published in 1552, the Dominican friar ordered Pizarro's soldiers to fire at the Inca's army, saying, "The Gospels are on the ground. Christians, let us take revenge. Attack, attack. They do not cherish our friendship nor our laws." On the one hand, the incident depicts the clash of cultures that took place in 16th century Peru. The authority of Holy Scripture or of the printed book became the battle cry of an instrument of conquest. But this was also possible, it must be said, thanks to the Spanish friars' publication of books in the native tongues of the Indians, which turned out to be successful and subtle methods of acculturation. Since by the end of the 16th century, official church translators ended up codifying the native oral grammar of the Incas into written form, and by doing so, they infused into their very own language European codes and meanings that were not there before the Spanish conquest. The claim is important because it proves that in the colonial period, the triumph of the book or of written culture as an object, as a cultural object, came side by side with the progressive colonization not only of the native languages, but also of the religious imaginaries and patterns of thought. Here, semiotics, theology, and empire become interchangeable terms. Having said that, I would like to rapidly summarize two projects I have embarked upon in the National Library of Peru. The first one has to do with the recovery of Peru's historical memory based on the study and protection of its bibliographical treasures. The National Library was founded by General José San Martín on the 28th of August, 1829, the very same year when San Martín proclaimed Peru's political independence from Spain. In his mind, reading and access to knowledge and information was a right that had to be exercised by every new citizen freed from Spanish imperialism. San Martin's private library, not to mention the libraries of his closest allies and collaborators, such as Bernardo de Monteagudo, Hipólito Unanue, and Joaquín Olmedo, were also donated to this first cultural institution of the country. Its first building was the School of the Jesuit Order, banned from the Spanish Empire in 1767, where they had left their own library with over 11,000 volumes that had passed to St. Mark University. In 1588, the Jesuits had promoted the creation of the first printing press in South America and had published works both in Quechua and Aymara native languages of the Incas, such as the Doctrina Cristiana, published in 1583. Unfortunately, during our wars of emancipation with Spain, between 1823 and 1824, the Library of Peru was sacked by the Spanish army. Less than a century later, during the Pacific War, the Chilean army occupied Lima between 1881 and 1883, and they turned the refined exhibition halls of the National Library of Peru into a barn for the Army's horses. Our collection, which at the time had over 50,000 volumes, was sacked again. In the last decade, after long negotiations, in 2007, the Chilean government officially returned 3,788 books that had been taken in the late 19th century. Last year, when I had them cataloged, we found that there were dozens of Peruvian incunabula, that is, books published in Lima before 1619 that we didn't even know existed. So many of our books were missing. That is why Ricardo Palma, the director of the National Library at the end of the 19th century, was given the name of the beggar bibliothecologist. He denounced the thefts and pleaded Peruvians to join him in a crusade to recover the stolen goods. He managed to get 27,824 new volumes, 8,000 of which had the old stamps of the National Library. I am afraid that part of Peru's cultural heritage is kept today at the Yale Library here in the States. You would never imagine how our old books and manuscripts got there. In 1911, Hiram Bingham, the discoverer of Machu Picchu, bought a collection of over 2,000 volumes of valuable books and manuscripts from a collector named Francisco Pérez de Velasco. Later on, Hiram Bingham donated them to the Latin American collection at the Yale Library. The problem is that part of this material still has on them the seals of Peru's National Library, not to mention, as I am told, the signature of Ricardo Palma. This too was stolen material. How many minutes do I have here? Okay. So I have, in the last year, we had to shut down the library for 5 months. We had to hire people from outside the National Library of Peru, over 30 librarians, to help us with the cataloging of our old funds. And we have finally cataloged almost 400,000 pieces, but our collection is much greater, and there is a lot of work to be done. But our National Library is not only concerned with the past and with academic research, it also looks at the future and is working with the government on new strategies of social inclusion. Last month, we invited to our main building in Lima 300 mayors from all around Peru and launched a program titled Seeds for Development. As the leading entity of all public libraries in the country is the National Library, our function is to monitor a national system of libraries that will allow us to put in practice the 8 objectives for the millennium declared by the United Nations in the year 2000. And with the aid of Beyond Access, sponsored in part by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we are signing bilateral agreements with the 1,834 mayors in my country. 797 of them already have public libraries, but we have 1,037 districts without libraries. So our task now is to work directly with the local governments in order to help them make a diagnosis of their community's own needs in order to study the way in which each library in Peru can become a source of innovation and social and cultural development. There can be no social inclusion, and with this I finish, if there is no free access to knowledge and information. Today, with the aid of internet and the new digital technologies, public libraries can help the most isolated communities in the Andes or in the Amazon region to become a part of our national and global communities. Our new digital technologies offer us libraries with no walls and liquid pages that allow all sorts of interaction between readers and specialists in all sorts of topics. That will allow each public library to reinvent themselves and redefine their social functions. Our task is to turn them into centers of innovation that will offer communities in the most remote parts of the world possibilities of work and development never dreamt of. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ramon. I'd now like to ask Anton Likhomanov, the Director General of the National Library of Russia, to come up, and he will speak and have a translator.
Good afternoon. Excuse me, because my English is not good. I will speak Russian. I'll try to be shorter. Я представляю Российскую национальную библиотеку, старейшую национальную библиотеку в России, которая существует более 200 лет.
I represent the National Library of Russia, the oldest public library actually in my country, and it has been existing for more than 200 years.
Когда 30 лет назад я пришел в библиотеку, читальные залы были переполнены людьми. Стояли очереди для того, чтобы войти в библиотеку. К сожалению, сегодня ситуация совершенно другая, как в той библиотеке, где я работаю, так и в остальных 60 тысячах библиотек России.
30 years ago, when I came to the library to work in the National Library, there were queues staying in front of the library of people who would like to come and work in the reading rooms. There were no empty spaces in the reading rooms at all. Now the situation changed completely, and we have empty, half-empty reading rooms and not so many patrons.
Приведу короткую статистику. Сегодня в среднем каждый россиянин читает 9 минут в день. Более 35% россиян вообще не читают.
I will give you some statistical data. Each Russian citizen reads approximately 9 minutes a day, and 35% of citizens don't read at all.
Основная масса читателей российских библиотек – это молодежь, школьники, студенты, аспиранты. Они приходят в библиотеку для того, чтобы читать литературу, связанную с их научными или учебными делами, но по моим наблюдениям это чтение, эти приходы можно сравнить со скорой помощью. Они вынуждены приходить в библиотеку, поскольку не могут найти информацию в интернете.
Most of our patrons are students and researchers, PhD students especially. And they come to the library very quickly to get some books, to fulfill assignments, or to do their research. And very often, especially speaking about the students, I would compare them, the library, with the emergency. They come in emergency to get something that they couldn't find in their university libraries.
С сожалением могу сказать, что к таким нечитающим принадлежит и мой сын, который читает только учебники, а остальное время свободное проводит у интернета.
Unfortunately, I have to mention that even my son, who is a high school student, mostly read literature which was recommended at school, mostly textbooks.
Естественно, мы стараемся использовать новые возможности в своей работе, и электронная библиотека наша составляет около 400 тысяч документов. Это 1% от всего нашего фонда.
Habits of reading are changing, and the way students and all our patrons use information also change. That's why we use more and more electronic technologies. We digitize our collections, and we certainly acquire digital content to the library.
Но, естественно, в электронную библиотеку попадают издания, свободные от авторского права, издания исторические. Мы стараемся поместить туда те издания, которые пользуются наибольшим спросом, и, может быть, поэтому наши читальные залы полупусты, но читателю нужны современные издания. Он хочет получать то, что издается сегодня.
There is a problem, of course, in digitization because most of our patrons need contemporary publications, and there is copyright matter. That's why in our digital library, mostly they are old and rare materials in the public domain. And the problem is to provide digitally information by contemporary researchers.
В России очень развито интеллектуальное пиратство. По некоторым оценкам, до 90% всех книг, которые выходят в нашей стране, так или иначе можно прочитать на пиратских сайтах.
At the same time, of course, we follow the copyright law, but Russia is known for piracy. And if you go to the internet, the Russian language internet, you can find practically everything digitized and available online.
Это одна из тех причин, по которым удобнее прочитать книгу, сидя дома на пиратском сайте, чем идти за ней в библиотеку.
That's why certainly many people it's more comfortable, convenient to read a book online, even from the pirate website, than to come to the library and read the book in the reading room, if it's available.
Исчезнет книга или нет, это большой вопрос. Но в последние годы книгоиздания в России находятся на уровне 120 тысяч названий в год.
It's a complicated question if the printed book will disappear. At least in Russia, we still have a high level. The numbers of publications in our publishing houses is still very high.
Общие тиражи книг в России уменьшились в последние 5 лет на 20%. Книги растут в цене, но, к сожалению, это не является поводом для прихода в библиотеку.
Although the print run is very, very small, for example, in the Soviet Union, it was very typical. If the print run is about 300, 400 copies, 1,000 copies. But now print run is very low, and also the prices grow.
Я хотел бы сказать о том, что сейчас мы живем в эпоху визуализации, когда кто-то вместо того, чтобы прочитать «Войну и мир», смотрит фильм, или вместо того, чтобы прочитать, допустим, о каком-нибудь животном, видит его, ищет в интернете его изображение.
Our time is the time of visualization of knowledge as well, of study. And that's why people more and more prefer to see the film instead of reading a book, or to see the image instead of the description of it.
Естественно, это обедняет наше воображение. Недавно я решил прочитать книгу, которую читал в детстве, и 5 страниц в ней посвящено описанию морской звезды. Я был раздражен, потому что понимал, что проще подойти к интернету, к компьютеру и увидеть ее.
It damages imagination, of course, when we rely only on the ready image instead of reading 5 pages about, for example, some species. And recently I noticed that I myself started to prefer to get information and image very quickly. I was reading the book, which I used to read when I was a teenager, where 5 pages were devoted to the star, and I noticed that I got annoyed that it's too long to read about it.
Я хотел бы сказать о том, что у нас в России много размышляют над тем, как быть дальше, что будет с чтением. И многие специалисты приходят к выводу, что это общегосударственная проблема. Это не проблема библиотеки и читателя.
In Russia, we speak a lot about the future of the book. And many of us believe that the problem of the book, if it disappears and will be replaced with a digital book, we think that libraries probably cannot alone resolve this issue. This should be decided on a higher level, and the government, Ministry of Culture, should be involved in it.
Закончить свое выступление я хотел бы одним эпизодом. На одной из крупных российских конференций прошла дискуссия о том, какое будущее библиотек. И один из спикеров сказал, что через 20 лет он будет получать информацию из воздуха на свой компьютер.
At one of the library conferences in Russia, one of the professors from the library school said that in 20 years we will not have traditional libraries. Everything, he can be at home or any place in a train and get information from the air.
Но голос из зала спросил, а кто за все это будет платить?
And the voice from the conference room all of a sudden interrupted him, and who will pay for that?
И другой голос добавил библиотеки.
And another voice answered, libraries.
У меня нет сомнений в будущем библиотек, а электронную революцию, которую мы сейчас переживаем, можно сравнить с изобретением кодексной формы книги. Читать книги в рукописи, конечно, в свитках было неудобно, поэтому, наверное, все-таки мы сейчас сталкиваемся с новой формой, но не с новым содержанием. Я в этом глубоко убежден.
I don't have doubts about the future of book. It will stay. And simply we now have another form of it. Like years ago, centuries ago, codex replaced the scroll. So I think that there will be a future, and simply the forms of books will be more. The number of forms will be more.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And now our final panelist, John Tsebe, the National Librarian of South Africa.
Thank you very much, Madam Coordinator. Your Excellency, Honorable John Larson, who's now leaving. Thank you. Thank you. And James Billington and Roberta Fleck. James, on behalf of all national librarians of the world, as the chair of the Conference of Directors of National Libraries, I am bringing to you here a congratulatory message for the good work that you are doing. Congratulations, and we would like to commend you for announcing prizes this morning and for coming with the idea of organizing this. We will again, as chair, give this message over to the national librarians of the world when they meet in Singapore in August next year. Thank you very much. Roberta has requested me to respond to some of the few questions which were raised by the first presenter, Gloria. One is about books in paper format. From the point of view of the National Library of South Africa, and I'm sure all other national libraries, as the director of Bibliotecas Andina said, the book will still remain. We will still want to smell it, drop it down, pick it up, remove the dust from it, but the information technology will supplement and enhance the quality of the book as a transmitter of knowledge. At our institutions, the bulk of our knowledge are in book form, and we offer predominantly the youth, the young people, from school, lower primary school, higher primary school, up to universities, up to PhD people, but we also have high-level researchers who are postdoctorals, as well as judges and lawyers. And the two national libraries, one is in Cape Town, which was started in 1818, and the other one is in Pretoria, which was established in 1867. Both of them are just very near to the High Court. So we also offer information to the lawyers, and we have since discovered that the lawyers are not that much good in technology, especially the older generation judges. That's why they are about to amend the law that we can produce electronic digital material in defending cases. At the National Library of South Africa, we've got 265 PCs for public use, internet facilities provided free of charge. And we're working with the government of South Africa to roll out internet facilities to public libraries throughout the whole countries in the most remote areas. There is one region where only 3 public libraries do not have internet facilities. And the National Library is not doing it, but is offering leadership in that. And as a national library, which is the leading library in Africa, we work closely with our African colleagues from the African Union through to the United Nations Economic Commission of Africa in Addis Ababa, and we work with the UNESCO National Committee as well as UNESCO Memory of the World. And of course, funding being so scarce, we work with major funders. The Mellon Foundation funded us to not digitize, but to computerize, to buy a common computer system for all the legal deposit libraries. And the Carnegie Corporation of New York had just funded us before we went into the new building to purchase 500 computers, of which 250 are available for public use. And we work very closely with major developed national libraries of the world. We have got a bilateral relations with the British Library. They train our staff in preservation, paper preservation, very extensively. And in turn, that staff trained the staff in Mali, in Bamako, although they did the training in Timbuktu for the preservation of the Timbuktu manuscript project. We also have a bilateral with the Biblioteca Alexandrina that we signed 2 years ago, worked very closely with them. And with the Library of Congress, we work very, very closely with the Center for the Book here with John Cole. My colleague who's the Center of the Book in South Africa has been with John here for a week, and I'll be spending a day with him. The Center for the Book is an outreach part of the National Library to encourage the culture of reading and even writing in the indigenous languages besides all other languages. When it comes to digitization, in answering the first speaker, we do digitization at 2 levels. First level, electronic repository for legal deposit materials, because we are a legal deposit library. We collect, we process, preserve all digitally born material. And then the second level of digitization is mass digitization, but only for newspapers. We feel that as a country which has got linkages with other countries, for example, in Europe, the Netherlands, the Dutch came in 1652, the British, the English came in 1800, as well as the Portuguese. We digitize those earlier materials so that as people write their own family history, they don't have to fly all the way to Johannesburg to get material. Materials should be available digitally of their forefathers who went to other shores. And we have, as a national library, encouraged the country to develop a digitization strategic policy framework so that digitization can be handled nationally. And the policy is being completed, it is being costed so that the government can know how much is needed in order to be able to approach funders. Welcome back, Your Excellency. As a national library, because books don't fall from heaven, authors must write so that publishers must publish. If authors don't write, publishers will not publish, and libraries will close down, and the nations of the world will rot. And the other question was to say, what skills do we want for the new librarian or the new library staff? And now my answer is that we do need new library staff members who can manipulate technology, but in National Library who also understand the politics of administration of publishing. Because national libraries, like this great Library of Congress and other national libraries, are custodians of heritage. They enhance and enrich, as James said, memory, reasoning, and imagination. The young and future generation of library workers should be educated to understand the power of knowledge. As chair of the Conference of Directors of National Libraries, I always now and then remind my colleagues that national libraries are very significant. They are memory institutions to empower the respective nations of the world with more knowledge. And with more knowledge, we will be deepening the roots of democracy and critical thinking. National libraries have the potential to contribute towards creating a better person, a better individual, better communities, better societies, better citizens of the world, better countries, and a better world for ultimate international understanding, which will lead us to global security and world peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And now John van Oudenaren.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. We're running late, I've just been informed, so I'll just make a few brief comments about our panel. I won't presume to comment on all the wonderful things they've said. First, from the World Digital Library perspective, I'd like to thank all of the participants here, not only for participating in the Summit of the Book, but also because they're all partners in World Digital Library and are contributing in wonderful ways to this international project. But I would just say a few words about digital libraries in general. Here we have a somewhat paradoxical situation because libraries they're not the only players. There's Amazon, there's Google and so on, but libraries are very important players in the digital revolution. They are leading readers away from physical books and toward, or they're following, leading, whatever. They're heavily involved in the migration of people to digital formats. And Gloria has given an overview of what the National Library of Spain is doing. Very ambitious digital effort, but all of the libraries here and all libraries, major national libraries, are big digital players. Of course, the flip side of this is that they still have the legacy collections that they need to take care of and preserve, and which are still growing. One of the interesting aspects of the digital revolution, as libraries are involved in it, is that in a paradoxical way, their digital efforts can help to preserve a sense of the materiality of culture. As there's a different, as Sarah mentioned from her work on Hugo von Hofmannsthal and his interest in the paper and the typeface and so on of his poems. There's a difference between an e-book on a Kindle and the Leonardo Codex that Gloria showed that is in her library and that she's done such a good job to digitize. It's still very nice when people come into libraries and visit exhibits and look at the books, and when we let them actually touch them and research them. But a substitute for that, a partial substitute are these digital libraries, which preserve some sense of the materiality of culture. And I think that's important because people are losing a sense of books as objects. As Professor Eisenstein said, it isn't just the disembodied intellectual thought that's in a book, but all of the work that went into, first there was a handwritten manuscript or a dictation, as was often the case. Then there was the printer typesetting it, and there was a binding and illustration and so on and so forth. So that's keeping some sense of that and fitting it into the part of the grand narrative is something that digital libraries and libraries can help to do, even as they participate in the e-book part of the digital revolution. The other point to quickly make about what libraries can do with regard to digital libraries is the whole multimedia situation. Dr. Serageldin pointed out that we're moving into a multimedia world where you'll read a book electronically and then click on a film clip and listen to something, and it will be all a great multimedia experience, and that's all to the good. That's a wonderful resource. But there's a sense in which books have always been multimedia. Professor Eisenstein again talked about the marriage of engraving and print. One thinks of explorers who go on a journey and make a hand-drawn map, and then they come back, and somebody engraves the map, and it gets printed, and then it gets put in a book. We have atlases, which are books full of maps. So there's a multimedia aspect to books, and always has been. And now with digital technology, we actually get a chance to expand that, not only prospectively, as Dr. Serageldin talked about, but retrospectively, where we can show books, but also show the illustrations that went into them, the manuscripts that preceded the books, the other things that go with it. So there's a lot that digital libraries can do with digital libraries that goes beyond, or is a lot more than just the kind of ebooks that can be bought commercially and so on. So there's a lot here to be done, but as also has been pointed out, it's expensive, it's challenging, and I just want to commend the great work that all of these national libraries are doing, both individually in their institutional projects, but also in the cooperative projects, the Europeana, World Digital Library, the Ibero-American Project, and so on. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Although I did offer a teaser of inviting questions, I think in the interests of time, as we have 2 more presentations, that I'll suggest that you offer the questions after the end of the sessions, when we're at the reception and enjoying a more relaxed state. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. My name is Nathan Dorn. I'm the curator of rare books at the Law Library of Congress. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Emily Kadens is the Baker and Botts Professor in Law at the University of Texas, Austin. Currently a visiting professor at Northwestern University School of Law, she has a PhD in medieval history from Princeton University, a JD from the University of Chicago. Professor Kadens teaches practical topics in the law, namely contracts and sales law, as well as, did you think I was going to say impractical topics? No, let's say, as well as areas that are meant to give breadth and depth to the legal education of her law students. That is legal history and Roman law. She writes on pre-modern European legal history, in particular the history of commercial law and the relationship between customary and learned laws. No stranger to the Library of Congress, Professor Kadens spent much of 2012 here at the library as a Kgwale scholar at the John W. Kgwale Center, using the resources of the rare book collection of the Law Library of Congress to support her research. I know I speak for many people at the Law Library and at the library in general when I say that we all benefited greatly from Emily's willingness to share her knowledge and expertise with us, and to make the library's cause her cause as well. Thank you, Emily. With that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Emily Kadens.
Writing law is a job creation mechanism for lawyers. Somebody has to interpret the words. And these lawyers, holding themselves out as legal experts, soon also become consumers and producers of writing, and thus of books. Now we can look at these books to see what the lawyers thought was important and how they interacted with their law. And thus, the history of law books is a history of law. I'm going to give you the grand narrative today. Our history begins with the Romans, whose perhaps greatest contribution to world civilization was their law. A law so sophisticated that it lives on today as the basis for all civil law legal systems throughout the world. The Romans first wrote their law down in 451 BC, when they published their law on 12 tables that were placed in the marketplace. The main effect of the 12 tables was to create a need for legal experts, for jurists who can interpret what this law meant. These jurists soon found reason to write down their thoughts about the law in books, or rather in papyrus rolls. And fortunately for us, because it was this writing of the jurists that has come down to us as the Roman law. The jurists disappeared. Well, we don't really know why, but about the 3rd century BC, at a time when the Roman law was going through, or the Roman Empire was going through a decline. This decline in the law was ended in the 6th century when the Emperor Justinian ascended to the throne of what is now the Eastern Roman Empire. Justinian wanted to return Rome to its glory, and one of the ways he felt that he needed to do that was to reform the law. And so he appointed a commission headed by his prime minister, Tribonian, to reform and codify 1,000 years of Roman law. In a very short span of a few years, Tribonian's committee created 3 books: the Codex, a collection of imperial edicts and orders; the Institutes, a first-year law book that remained a first-year law book into the modern era; and the capstone of it all, the Digest, a book about 1.5 times the size of the Bible, which is composed of excerpts of the writings of these old jurists. Justinian sent these books to Italy, where his generals had reestablished a foothold, but most of the West had been conquered by illiterate barbarian tribes whose kings had no interest in and frankly, no use for this sophisticated law. And so for 500 years, it was lost. And then a remarkable thing happened. Around the year 1000, Europe experienced an agricultural revolution, which contributed to a demographic boom, which led to the repopulation of cities. Cities breed commerce, and this newly complex economy needed a more sophisticated law than the simple Germanic customs could provide. And it was at this very moment, sometime in the late 11th century, though we don't know exactly when, someone, but we don't know who, found some manuscripts of the Roman law somewhere, we don't know where, and brought back into a Europe that could actually appreciate it this magnificent legal edifice. One of these manuscripts is this. It is called the Florentinus because it is housed in Florence. It is a 6th century manuscript, the most complete manuscript of the Digest that has ever been found. Well, the Italian legal experts of northern Italy, they knew what they had found. And they began to study it and then to teach it and to try to make sense of it. But then they confronted a problem. If you were a legal expert in late 11th century Italy, this is what you thought of as law. On disinheritance of sons, a man may not legally disinherit his son without proper reason, nor may he legally transfer to another that which ought legally to go to the son. That was a pretty sophisticated law in 11th century Italy. Now imagine for a minute what they must have made of a text from the Digest like this. The lawful administrator of a res publica who takes a loan on its behalf can bind its property. If an agreement is made for fruits in lieu of interest and a tenant is put into the land or house, the creditor retains possession by way of mortgage until the capital is paid to him, since he takes fruits in lieu of interest, either by letting the property or living there and taking them himself. So if he loses possession, he can bring an actio in factum, an action on the facts. I imagine that our poor Italian jurists were a little bit bewildered, accustomed as they were to law being a rather simple set of rules. And suddenly they are confronted with these new terms, these new concepts, with sophisticated legal ideas that no longer had a place in their world. And it is through their writing that we can see how they learned to overcome these obstacles, how they learned to use this Roman law. This is a 14th century manuscript of the Institutes that is kept in the Law Library's rare book collection. What it shows us is the Roman law text in the middle, surrounded by a gloss, which was the stereotypical medieval means of interacting with an authoritative text. The gloss on the Roman law really seems to have derived from notes taken or spoken in the act of teaching the law. And what it does is it shows us, the jurists, learning to define these technical terms, cross-referencing the various legal concepts across the Roman law, which was an extraordinarily poorly organized set of texts, and compiling maxims and rules so that they could make better sense of this law that they were encountering. This text is interesting because it demonstrates quite a lot of interaction with the text by generations of students. It has not only marginal notes, but also various sorts of what we might think of as doodles, but which actually generally had a purpose. The pointing hand is medieval highlighting. That is to say, this is important. The faces have the word nota, take note, coming out of their mouths. But of course, sometimes they just drew pictures of the professor. All of these tens of thousands of notes were compiled around 1240 by the Italian jurist Franciscus Accursius into what came to be known the Great or the Ordinary Gloss. This gloss traveled with every manuscript and printed edition of the Roman law until the early 17th century. What it does is it demonstrates to us how these medieval jurists took an ancient text and through their interactions with it on the page, turned it into a medieval document. Well, as the jurists became more sophisticated in their understanding of the Roman law, they also became more sophisticated in their writing about it. The greatest of the medieval commentators was Bartolus of Sassoferrato, who, in a life cut short by the plague at the age of 44, produced 20 volumes of treatises and commentaries on the Roman law in the 14th century. Of course, not all interactions with the Roman law were at that level of density and sophistication. We also had practitioners' manuals, such as this, written or actually rather plagiarized in translation by the 16th century Bruges lawyer Jost de Damhouder. It is a text and manual of criminal law and procedure, and perhaps reflecting the literacy level of its readers, many of the editions were published with illustrative woodcuts showing or displaying the topic of that chapter. This is a woodcut showing judicial torture. Lawyers were also asked to give opinions of counsel known as consilia on active litigation. This was a counsel on case stated. Here are the facts. Who do you think should win? The greatest of these conciliatores was Baldus de Perusio. He died in 1400, ostensibly while writing a concilium. Enterprising publishers would gather these concilia up and publish them, not always correctly attributed. But originally, they were written, presumably first on parchment and later on paper. the law library holds an original concilium by Baldus. It is signed at the end. It says, et ita dico et consulo, and thus I say and counsel, I, Baldus of Perugia, signing and sealing with my name and seal. And his seal shows a man sitting in a large wooden chair, a cathedra, with a very big law book in his lap. Law as a literate culture generated all kinds of technology, such as dictionaries. This is one of the earliest legal dictionaries by Iodocus Erfodensis, published around 1475. One of the marvelous things about these early dictionaries is that while they had figured out in the 13th century how you alphabetize, they hadn't yet figured out that you have to go beyond the third letter. And as law became indispensable, authors wrote text to bring law to lay people. This is a marvelous work that's in the library's Rosenwald collection. It may be my favorite. It is a Dutch translation of a 14th century text written by the Italian canonist Jacobus de Teramo. It is part of a tradition. This book was published in 40 incunabile editions in several languages, and we know of over 114 manuscripts. It is a work to teach young students studying for the priesthood the steps of the Romano-canonical civil procedure, the procedure in use in the courts of the Catholic Church. As any good teacher would, he took a story that was familiar to the students and used that as the teaching tool. The story was that Christ descended into hell and he converted the souls of the righteous. Satan, very unhappy about this, sent his lawyer Belial, on the left, the fallen angel, to sue Christ for conversion and trespass. Belial goes before the universal ordinary, the universal judge, God, to plead his case. But of course he says, God, you know, you're kind of interested here. Would you recuse yourself? And God does. And he appoints Solomon as the judge. Moses, seeing that, or Jesus, seeing that he's in trouble, hires a lawyer, Moses. And the case then unfolds throughout the trial, the appeal, and the arbitration. At a slightly lower level of sophistication is this remarkable mnemonic text by a German school teacher in the 17th century, Johannes Bülow. Bülow was tasked with teaching the sons of the lower nobility. And these were the boys who would grow up to be the lay judges in the German towns. They had to know something about the Roman law. So Bülow used mnemonic devices, including very creative pictures and that pun on the text of the Roman law, to teach the students to memorize these legal texts. Well, the Roman law had an impact on all of the other legal systems in Europe. In particular, the law of the Catholic Church, the canon law. In the 12th century, the Roman law is being studied, and the church lawyers are thinking, we need some of that too. And at this moment, a teacher named Gratian, about whom we know absolutely nothing, wrote a textbook that he called the Concordance of Discordant Canons, but which is more popularly known as the Decretum. And this textbook used pairings of contradictory legal texts and hypothetical cases to teach dialectical reasoning. But so ingrained already by the middle of the 12th century had the concept of law as coming from an authoritative book and of learned law as being taught in formal schools become that this textbook, eminently unsuited to be a law book, was adopted as the de facto book of law of the Catholic Church throughout Europe. Now, the Church, over the course of the medieval centuries, promulgated several more books of law, some of which were official, some of which were not. And these medieval books of law served the Catholic Church until the promulgation of the Code of Canon Law in 1917. Now, the Catholic lawyers, the church lawyers, also developed their own treatise and commentary tradition, as the Roman lawyers had. This is a commentary by the 15th century bishop and jurist Panormitanus on the second book of the canon law. Interestingly, this idea of law as being written and systematized also sufficed to change and in many ways co-opt the customary law, a law that is, by definition, really oral. This work is the Sachsenspiegel, the Saxon Mirror, by Eike von Repgau, which was written in the first third of the 13th century at the behest of his liege lord. It is a remarkable story of the power of a book. It's a quite simplistic, rather primitive set of legal rules. And yet, where the Saxon Mirror was adopted, those areas of Germany managed to withstand the reception of the Roman law in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. And this law served as the law of those areas until the adoption of the German Civil Code in 1900. Writing custom down transforms it. Custom is very local. It is dependent upon memory. But once it is written down, it can be moved. It can be borrowed, as was the case here. This, in its original, was a 14th century French custom of northern France, and yet it was repurposed in a Flemish translation. And then writing can be used to co-opt custom. In the 15th, late 15th, and through the 16th centuries, the French kings, challenged by the diversity of custom, ordered that the local and regional customs be written down. This was the first of those published customs, the custom of Anjou, published in 1475. That takes us to England, which had a very different relationship between its law and its books. In England, the center of the law was in the courts. And unlike on the continent, where judicial opinions became very literate, in England, law was taught, it was studied in an oral give and take. And so, our most important English writings about the law were the yearbooks, which were a continuous series from 1268 into the 16th century of records of the pleadings before the common law courts sitting in Westminster. Now, the problem with having all of your law in a bunch of case reports rather than in an authoritative text is that it's very difficult to keep track of what the rules are. And so the English lawyers came up with a new technology. It is the abridgment. This is the earliest of the great abridgments, the Grand Abridgment of Sir Anthony Fitzherbert. It was published in 1514, and what it does is it encapsulates the rule that cases stand for and organizes them under headings of topics of law. Now, England didn't have much of a treatise tradition because it didn't have an authoritative book to comment on. Perhaps the closest that the English came to a treatise on an area of law is the Tenures by Sir Thomas Littleton, published in 1481. And the Tenures is a tiny little book by contrast to the enormous tomes of the Roman jurists. But the Tenures took on authority, and as an authoritative book, it acquired a gloss by Sir Edward Coke in 1628. It wasn't really until the 18th century that the English began to write treatises about their law. But when they did, some of those treatises became very influential. In 1765, William Blackstone began the publication of 4 volumes of the commentaries of the laws of England. It was these 4 volumes brought over to the colonies and carried in saddlebags that was really responsible for bringing the English common law to the American colonies and ensuring that that was the law that America adopted. And by the late 18th century, English lawyers were so used to learning their law from books that when William de Grey was appointed the Chief Justice of Common Pleas in 1771, in order to learn the law of this court before which he had never practiced and about which he apparently knew absolutely nothing, he turned to books. On the very day, this is a receipt from his bookseller, and on the very day that he was appointed to the court, that he was sworn into the bench, he went and he bought a book, a very basic primer on the procedure of this court that he was now in charge of. The introduction of case reporting on the continent is a demonstration of the power of books to spread ideas. The first continental court whose opinions were reported was the Roman Rota, the court of the Catholic Church. And the first reporter was Thomas Fastolf, an English judge sitting on the court. Being familiar with the English tradition of case reporting, he began in late 1336 to report the decisions of the court, something that continues today. And these decisions were so important that they were published early on in an incunabulum edition. And there's one more story about the introduction of case reporting in Europe that demonstrates again the power of the book. Joachim Meinsinger sat on the high court of the Holy Roman Empire between 1548 and 1556. This court was a court using Roman law, but it didn't explain its opinions, as was the case with many early modern courts. The opinions it promulgated would give the facts, explain the procedure, how the case had gotten before that court, and then give a decision. And in fact, the judges of the court were sworn to secrecy about how they had arrived at their conclusion. After he retired, Meinsinger violated that oath, and in 1563, he published a book explaining the analysis of hundreds of decisions reached by the court. Now, his former colleagues were furious, but the lawyers and the litigants in the lower courts were overjoyed because now they understood what they needed to show to win their case. And it was this book that introduced the idea of precedent in Germany. It is also through books that we can see the medieval worldview of law crumbling and a new Renaissance and humanist worldview emerging. The medieval jurists, when they had recopied those very ancient manuscripts of the Roman law, had left out the inscriptions that began each excerpt of the digest. Justinian had ordered that the author, title, and chapter of each source of the excerpts be included in the book. But the medieval jurists didn't understand what they were looking at, and they had left them out, putting only the jurists' names. But in the 16th century, the Italian and French humanists rediscovered the Roman law as a wonderful source of information about Roman civilization. And so for the first time in centuries, somebody went back to that Florentinus manuscript, that 6th century manuscript, and there rediscovered these inscriptions.
And from the 1560s, those inscriptions found their way into the printed editions of the digest. This had the effect of taking what the earlier jurists had believed was a seamless whole, a work of law promulgated by the Emperor Justinian, and therefrom deriving its authority. And it turned this text into a historical document, because all of these fragments derived from particular jurists and their writings over the course of about 400 years. And that historicizing of this authoritative text really changed the way people thought about the Roman law. Suddenly they realized it was a law of its time. And wait a minute, that means that we can write the law of our own time. We don't have to be dependent upon the authority of the Roman law. And from there, it was a very short step, though one that took about 200 years, to say, wait a minute, let's just start from scratch and write our own codes. So we began with the code of an emperor that changed the world. And we end our story with the code of an emperor that changes the world. It is the French Civil Code of 1804. Napoleon is said to have claimed, "My true glory will not result from the 40 battles that I have won. These will fade away because of Waterloo. My true glory will reside in my civil code, which will never be forgotten." And Napoleon was right. The law of much of Europe, Latin America, and Africa is based on the French Civil Code. It is perhaps the greatest, most influential collection of laws ever written. Because in law, books matter. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Adamson. I'm Director of Collections and Services here at the Library of Congress. It is my pleasure tonight to introduce the last of our speakers. Mark Dimunation is Chief of the Rare Book and Special Collection Division of the Library of Congress, a position in which he was appointed in 1998. As Chief, he is responsible for the development and management of the rare book collection at almost 1 million volumes, the largest in North America. He came to the library from Cornell University, where he had served since 1991 as curator of rare books and the Associate Director of Collections in the Division of Rare and Manuscript Collections. Previous to that position, he served as Assistant Chief of Acquisitions at the Bancroft Library, University of California, Berkeley, and as the Rare Book Librarian and Assistant Chief for Special Collections at Stanford University. While Mr. Dimunation specializes in 18th and 19th century British and American printing, he's also a specialist in fine press and contemporary artist books, an area he's been actively developing at the library. Currently, he's completing an extensive project to reconstruct Thomas Jefferson's library at the Library of Congress, which is the focus of his talk tonight, the enduring legacy of Thomas Jefferson's library. Mark.
Good evening. I think it's lovely and fitting that we close a discussion of the role of the book in the past with a discussion of Thomas Jefferson, particularly a collection that stands at the intersection, really a moment of time in which the book literally influenced not only this institution, but I would even offer the very government under which we live today. It is a vastly dim room, a large ornate pavilion. At the center stands a dramatic circle of tall glass cases. Like a transparent fortress, it encourages visitors to step in, inviting us to experience the mind and the world of Thomas Jefferson. Surrounding us is Jefferson's book collection, all 6,487 volumes. We are enveloped by his universe, by his world of his ideas, by his very enlightenment. This permanent exhibition stands today as a tribute to Jefferson and in recognition of the original foundation of the modern-day Library of Congress. When I took on the project to reconstruct Thomas Jefferson's library, the 1815 library, in 1998, I was certain of my understanding of Jefferson. I knew him as a political thinker, as a president, as a Virginia planter. Now, some 14 years later, I understand that knowing Mr. Jefferson is hard work indeed. But over the years, as I've handled and pondered over 5,000 titles that make up his library, I've come to understand the man through his books and his correspondence. A vastly different Jefferson emerges, determined, expansive, deliberate, conflicted, engaged, modern, inquisitive, open, adamant. The legacy of Jefferson, the real legacy, is to be found in his books. Even early on in his book collecting career, Thomas Jefferson had already acquired a reputation as a profoundly important collector. Edmund Jennings Randolph, his contemporary and successor as Secretary of State, noted that it constituted a part of Mr. Jefferson's pride to run before the times in which he lived. He had been ambitious to collect a library, not merely amassing a number of books. Even more impressive, Randolph maintained, was the fact that this library presented to genius the scaffolding upon which its future eminence might be built. Well, that's what we're celebrating tonight here at this summit, that libraries provide the scaffolding upon which genius is built. By their very existence, libraries affirm a belief in the past that is in some measure knowable. They contain in the physical attributes of their collections evidence of the past. They can be monumental, they can be ordinary, but they are knowable. Our relationship to them is what my very famous predecessor, Frederick Goff, referred to as a personal destiny with the world of the past and the expectations and the hopes of the world to come. It was this passion, this sense of destiny, really, which drove Thomas Jefferson, one of the great 18th century American book collectors. After 50 years of amassing one of the grand monuments to the Enlightenment, Jefferson admitted, "I cannot live without books." All of us that work to preserve and understand the contributions of Thomas Jefferson know that we must do the same with the same sense of passion, and that we must do so through books and libraries. We live and work at the world's largest library here, which also happens to be, as Dr. Billington reminded us, the nation's oldest extant federal cultural institution. So you can well imagine it's a vast landscape. With collections that now number over 180 million pieces in all imaginable formats and in over 450 languages, the universe of the nation's library is an extraordinary one. Its story began with Thomas Jefferson. The English devastation of Washington city was complete. Heaps of smoking ruins. At least this is how George Gleig, a member of the English troops in the advancing army in the War of 1812, recalled his experience in the advance party as they approached Washington city. The blazing of houses, ships, and stores, the reports of exploding magazines, and the crash of falling roofs informed them of what was going forward. You can conceive of nothing finer. On an unbearably hot and muggy day, August 24th, 1814, an exhausted advance guard of the English army marched to Capitol Hill. They had arrived by ship some 50 miles away, along with 4,000 other troops, including Mr. Gleig, but now found themselves in an abandoned Washington city. 26 hours later, as you see here, the House and Senate buildings of the Capitol were smoldering shells. The White House was burned, as was the Treasury, the Arsenal, and numerous other public buildings. Amidst the smoke and the rubble, the remnants of the Congressional Library, the library carefully administered by Presidents Adams and Jefferson, smoldered and then disappeared. The nucleus of the Library of Congress was forged in this fire. In 1815, Congress purchased Thomas Jefferson's personal library, which was then the largest private book collection available in North America, to replace the 3,000-volume Congressional Library that had been destroyed by the British. Although he faced financial difficulties at the time, Jefferson generously offered his entire collection for whatever price Congress was willing to pay. This to replace the devastations of British vandalism and to enhance congressional resources. Well, Jefferson's gesture, of course, met with rank partisan objections, with one Federalist opponent, Cyrus King of Massachusetts, claiming that the library was symbolic of Mr. Jefferson's infidel philosophy. Mr. Jefferson's library, he warned, contained the good, the bad, the indifferent, the old, the new, the worthless, in languages that many cannot read and most of us ought not be reading. Others objected to the expense, given the circumstances of the time. After all, a certain amount of money could fund well over 200 members of the regular army. Others still campaigned against the non-American works in the collection or the number of scientific treatises found in the library. Voltaire, Locke, Rousseau, all were deemed unacceptable by Congress. In anticipation of this rancorous debate, Jefferson had defended his broad collecting interests in an 1814 letter countering that there is, in fact, no subject to which a member of Congress may not have an occasion to refer. The congressional decision took months. In the end, the members acquiesced, and in January of 1815, voted to purchase the 6,487 volumes for nearly $24,000, a sum determined by a Georgetown dealer named Joseph Milligan, who proposed, once he saw the size and the extent of the collection, proposed that we simply pay him $1 for every 12mo, $3 for every octavo, $6 for every quarto, and $10 for every folio. With that rapid decision, the nation's library was restored. Jefferson received word of the approval while at Monticello, where he happened to be entertaining two young scholars from Boston, George Ticknor and Francis Gray. Both, of course, were doing what many had done before, seeking out intellectual counsel and reading advice from the great mind of the American Enlightenment in the midst of his library. By 1815, Jefferson's library was in itself a destination, and the sheer size of seeing over 6,000 books was a sight to behold. Jefferson acknowledged that this was likely the largest library available at the time. His great pride in the collection, however, was not that of a bibliophile's. This was a library that chronicled human endeavor, and he chose the books it contained with care and attention to that larger goal. His books, his collection, and its organization stood as the source of fact from which he could pull together information and apply it to a changing world. Jefferson interacted with his books as if he were in an intellectual dialogue. They prompted ideas, they fed arguments, they posed puzzles, they offered practical advice, and they explained the unknown forces of the universe. Each book that entered his collection opened another opportunity. And because Jefferson often wrote to others regarding his books, we can follow along as he leaps, linking one idea to the next. This was not a library of casual learnedness nor recreation. This was a universe of practical and useful thought that would alter the world. It was his enlightenment. There is no doubt that in colonial America, only one individual could accomplish this feat of building a library. Only Jefferson possessed the prerequisites for this accomplishment: the bibliographic acumen, the quest for enlightenment, a comprehensive approach to knowledge, and admittedly his considerable means, however unpredictable they might be. All conspired to enable Jefferson to build a library that was truly unrivaled. This was to become the Library of Congress. This was the collection that nursed the Declaration of Independence, that had guided early American diplomacy, that had fueled innovations in American technology, and that assisted a Virginia planter. And now this collection, built around Jefferson's notion of universal knowledge, was to serve as the source of inspiration and ideas for a new republic. Actually, during his long lifetime, Jefferson assembled not one but 3 libraries. His first private library burned when his father's home at Shadwell was destroyed in 1770, and only a very few books escaped those flames. Jefferson's immediate question upon learning of the devastation at Shadwell was, what about the books? In spite of the disruptions of the pending revolution and the obvious cost of rebuilding his Shadwell collection, the then 26-year-old lawyer set out to build an even more extensive collection, one that would modestly encompass the whole of recorded experience and knowledge. Jefferson's intentions were ambitious, and he indicated at the time an intense desire to build a practical collection that chronicled human endeavor. Acquiring large numbers of books in 18th century American colonies is no small undertaking. Availability of suitable stock is an issue, as was expense, even for someone of young Jefferson's means. This decision, full of bravado of a fresh law student, would later resonate with meaning far greater than young Jefferson would have been able to forecast. The library that grew out of this initiative would be the wellspring for Jefferson's intellectual life and his pursuits. The collection was, in essence, his enlightenment, his encyclopedia, if you will, built on Diderot's prescription to collect all the knowledge that now lies scattered over the face of the earth, to make known its general structure to men among whom we live, and to transmit it to those who will come after us. Jefferson understood the Enlightenment as a phenomenon of the movement of ideas, propelled by a curiosity about the world and a desire to make it a better place. For him, ideas traveled, above all, through pamphlets and books, implicitly available to a wide audience over space and time, and most importantly, over oceans. Such is the legacy of this collection, that not only did it fuel Jefferson's own political and practical innovations, but it also fundamentally influenced the political dialogue that shaped a young nation and directed the reception of the Enlightenment philosophical and scientific discourses in America. Well, we do know that Jefferson began to collect and acquire books in earnest, though somewhat modestly, once he started at William and Mary. Off and on for the next 7 years through coursework and then law school, Jefferson obtained books from the offices of the Virginia Gazette in Williamsburg, as was the custom in a period of time when paper tax and print tax were still in effect in colonial America. In 1765, for example, he acquired 32 titles, predictably covering the range of interests that would characterize his lifetime of collecting: law, history, works in Italian, dictionaries, poetry. In this case, Milton, Young, and Shenstone. His taste kind of went downhill after that. Classical literature, agriculture, and as we all witnessed recently in Washington, the 1764 second edition printing of the translation of the Quran, which presumably he acquired as a law student representing Arabic law. By 1773, Jefferson had amassed a library of more than 1,250 titles. This was an ecumenical collection, both in source and subject. 10 years later, his library numbered 2,640. This was not accidental nor random. Jefferson gave every indication that this collection was built according to plan. So much so, when he departed the following year for Europe, he looked forward to greatly expanding his library and shared numerous lists and bibliographies with his bibliographic cohort, James Madison. In fact, it was here that Jefferson first began to shape his sense of the subject classification for his books. Well, Jefferson spent 5 years in Paris, famously escaping right before the Revolution, a period of time that was fundamentally important to his collection. He arrived in France with a book catalog of his collection and a desiderata list of the classics and the source texts of the Enlightenment. He was ready to buy, and believe me, they saw him coming. Whenever he was not carrying out his duties as the American minister to France, he haunted the Parisian bookstalls and placed frequent orders with dealers in London and the rest of Europe. In a letter to Samuel Smith in 1814, Jefferson highlighted his purchases, and now you begin to understand why he accumulated a library of the size he did. While residing in Paris, I devoted every afternoon in examining all the principal bookstores, turning over every book with my own hand, and putting by everything which related to America, anything that was rare, anything that was valuable in every science, and indeed anything that was of interest. And while this approach to buying certainly served to expand his coverage of European topics, this strategy had an even more dramatic impact on his Americana holdings. In the 18th century market, the large percentage of Americana titles were in fact European imprints. Nowhere in the world would you find another collection that would match Jefferson's combination of access to North American imprints and the ability to obtain the number of European publications regarding America. But as a whole, Jefferson's European purchases covered the gamut of his universal list of topics. Buffon's Natural History was acquired, as were American publications at the time, Catesby on the Carolinas. Obviously, the underpinnings of the French Revolution were acquired by Jefferson and were present as well, but so too were Travels and Voyages, Scattered Authors, the History of Peru was acquired, Study of American Indians, Crèvecoeur, Ramsey's History of the Revolution in South Carolina. He was buying for others as well, not the least of which was Madison, who was fundamentally assisted in his preparation for writing the Federalist Papers by truckloads of books arriving from Paris. In fact, one could argue that the great impact on Madison was not his own political philosophy, but the philosophies that had been supplied to him by Thomas Jefferson in his crates of books from Paris. All in all, the list is a frenzy, and it offers us just a glimpse of what really must have been a bibliographic frolic. Jefferson purchased nearly 2,000 titles during his 5-year stint in Paris. He would soon again double the size of his collection. In order to cut his expenses for such considerable purchasing, Jefferson often bought secondary editions and often smaller format books to save money. He developed a fondness for Dublin editions, which is a polite term for piracies. They were unauthorized printings, and they were cheaper and in a smaller format. Even so, Jefferson did hold to certain standards. He was keen on full texts. He liked better translations, as he called them, and he preferred later editions because he believed they had been improved. While in Europe, he struggled with how to navigate with book dealers. He had a great deal of frustration. I'll give you a taste of what it must have been like for poor Thomas Paine, an English book dealer who was receiving instructions from the great Thomas Jefferson, the grand book collector from America. When I name a particular edition of a book, send me that edition and no other. When I do not name the edition, never send a folio or a quarto if there exists an octavo or a smaller edition. I like books of a handy size. Where a book costs much higher than the common price of books of that size, do not send it, even though I've asked you to. I disclaim all pompous editions and all typographical luxury, but I like a fine white paper, neat type, and neat binding, gilt-lettered in the modern style. Years later, the French influence behind the collection did not go unnoticed. Our friend Cyrus King again. It might be inferred from the character of the man who collected it and France, where the collection was made, that the library contained irreligious and immoral books, works of French philosophers who caused and influenced the volcano of the French Revolution, which had desolated Europe, and he is now extending to this country. Upon returning to America in 1789, Jefferson possessed a considerable library and considerable debt to show for it. By 1815, the Jefferson collection, as we know, had grown to 6,487 volumes. For its time, an utterly vast collection and one that represented a substantial investment, perhaps even an incautious one, even for a man of Jefferson's wealth. Jefferson's books began their journey to Blodgett's Hotel, which was the temporary capital, in May of 1815. The library was shipped in the same pine bookcases that had stood in Jefferson's library all those years. Each book was wrapped, returned in order to the case, cotton batten was stuffed around the void, boards were nailed over the front of the bookcases, they were torn off the walls, placed on carts, and moved away. Jefferson never saw his books again. He never returned to Washington. But as the collection that he had built and lived with for 50 years pulled away, he sat down and wrote to his friend, the newspaperman Samuel Smith, reflecting that it was unquestionably the choicest collection of books in the United States, and I hope it will not be without some general effect on the literature of our country. When Mr. Jefferson's books arrived at Washington, D.C., the Library of Congress found its center and its impetus. Throughout his life, Jefferson gathered books across a vast spectrum of topics and languages. The nation's library today mirrors this universal approach to collecting. The world's largest library is also the only national library that collects at this level at an international scope. Jefferson's strategy for building his library, however, was a practical one. His collection was a working tool rather than a bibliophile's monument. It was the touchstone, the muse for Jefferson, the statesman, the politician, the classicist, the inventor, the planter, the architect, and scientist. All of this could easily be found on his shelves. The profound influence of Enlightenment, though, the Enlightenment thought, is most clearly seen in the library's arrangement. You're looking at a chart drawn by Jefferson in which he is explaining to us his organization, which he describes as sometimes analytical, sometimes chronological, sometimes a combination of both. His notion is derived from the philosophical writing of Francis Bacon and from Jean Delabert and Denis Diderot in their encyclopedia. This is the moment in which the Enlightenment arrives in America, divided into categories of memory, reason, and imagination, which Jefferson describes as history, philosophy, and fine arts. He organized his collections into 3 sections and subdivided them into 44 chapters, so that in a single moment he would know where to move to in order to pick up whatever book he needed to accomplish and acquire whenever he was working. Politics, law, history predominate in this collection. Although there are other materials that work around that, certainly manuals, dictionaries, rhetoric. Certainly his beloved Greek and Latin classics are there, Tacitus and Thucydides in particular, as well as Plato, who Jefferson summarily dismisses as such nonsense. From this collection, Jefferson not only carefully compiled his significant political writings and culled principles that directly informed the Declaration of Independence, but he also drew the inspiration for the design of Monticello from these books, the techniques of cultivating his vineyards, and the foundation for his inventive scientific studies. Jefferson's collection would serve as the core of the Library of Congress for the next 35 years, until a catastrophic fire again struck the Capitol on Christmas Eve, 1851, destroying 2/3 of Thomas Jefferson's original collection. The surviving volumes still serve Jefferson's driving purpose to have the sum of philosophical and practical endeavor readily available. In celebration of the library's bicentennial in 2000, we launched a project to reconstruct the 1815 collection as it was received in Washington, D.C. Some matching editions of those lost to fire had been located elsewhere within the library's holdings. We are, after all, a late 18th, early 19th century library, among other things. Other missing works have been accumulated through gift and purchase. You're looking at shelves from the reconstruction that are on permanent display at the moment. You will see ribbons emerging from the books. Books with green ribbons represent books that belonged and survived, belonged to Thomas Jefferson and survived. Books with no ribbons were culled from elsewhere in the Library of Congress as duplicate holdings. Books with gold ribbons were acquired through the graciousness of Jean and Jerry Jones from the market, and the white grayish boxes are the shadows of the books destroyed in fire for which we are still seeking. The effort to reconstruct the 1815 collection is a complicated and ambitious project, I must say, but good progress has been made. From the original desiderata of 4,000 items, the list has been reduced to less than 280, which is pretty good. The remaining titles are sought on the antiquarian market. We're seeking the scarce as well as the common, the arcane as well as the mundane, in 9 different languages from 3 centuries, published in all corners of Europe and the New Republic. The reconstruction arranges Jefferson's books for the very first time in the order he intended and in the circular formation that he felt most conducive to his research needs. In so doing, the profound value of Jefferson's organizational structure becomes evident. The lasting legacy of Mr. Jefferson's library, in Jefferson's own words, it was not the expanse of the collection that signaled its importance, but rather the content and the manner in which it was selected. This is what Jefferson hoped would have some general effect on the country as a whole. Jefferson divided the section of memory or history into 2 distinct and logical categories: civil history and natural history. Much of his ancient and modern history holdings survived the fire, including his prized, thankfully, his prized Americana holdings. So too did his homemade bilingual and trilingual versions of classical authors. Homemade, by that I mean he would acquire a copy of Tacitus in Latin and a copy of Tacitus in Spain, cut off the spines, have them integrated into a single bilingual edition, and teach himself Spanish from the Latin. There are about 6 stories I could tell you right now, but we're running late. All in all, in the collection, volumes of classical history outnumber modern history. This is not surprising for Jefferson, who laid very little stock in quick contemporary assessments. And he had once informed a young correspondent that history, in general, only informs us of what bad government is. Among other things, the collection makes evident Jefferson's role as one of the leading intellectual scientific lights in North America. Vast sections of science holdings, for example, are gifts from authors anxious to hear about Mr. Jefferson's reactions. In several instances, Jefferson has struck up an engaging and active and productive correspondence with scientists and inventors, particularly French and English of the 18th century Enlightenment movement. He corresponded with Joseph Priestley and argued about phlogiston. He corresponded with Lavoisier, and then following his demise, went on to correspond with Buffon, the Comte de Buffon, who, to Jefferson's dismay, when Jefferson bemoaned the loss of Lavoisier as a chemist, referred to chemistry as mere cookery and the laboratory as a kitchen. It was, in fact, Jefferson's correspondence with Buffon that took on a slightly different tone. In Buffon's 10-volume Natural History, he embraced a particularly vexing French notion of the inferiority of American nature. He asserted that all animal and plant life, including humans, degenerated in America. These theories, of course, annoyed Jefferson to no end. To refute the assertions by Buffon and others that animal and plant life enervated in America, yielding a faint shadow of European species, Jefferson asked his friends in the Academy in America to organize. It's one of my favorite pieces of correspondence from Jefferson to Buffon. I'm happy to be able to present to you at this moment the bones and the skin of a moose, the horns of another individual of the same species, the horns of a caribou, the elk, the deer, the spiked horned buck, and the roebuck of America. Buffon was inundated with animal parts. He then asked the Frenchmen to recant. When the scope and coverage of reason or philosophy is examined, it's apparent that it's a deliberate attempt to capture Enlightenment thought. In fact, Jefferson's collections suggest that it might be useful to think of multiple Enlightenments. Certainly Montesquieu, Voltaire, and Diderot are present, but so too are the concerns of the English Enlightenment, beginning with Newton and Locke and Shaftesbury, not to mention those of the German-speaking Enlightenment of Lessing and Kant. Jefferson starts with moral philosophy, law, religion, equity, and politics, and then moves on to pure philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and interestingly, geography. Jefferson organized everything in his collection, including political pamphlets, found in a binding simply labeled as Pamphlets 1774 is one of the major pieces of Jefferson editorial work in our collections. This is his very important pamphlet from 1774 entitled The Summary View of the Rights of British America, one of the few pieces of publications or any kind of publication owned by Jefferson in which he's actually annotated or written in it. It was never really intended for publication. It was meant to be read before the convention of members from Virginia on their way to the Continental Congress. He fell sick along the way, asked a friend to read it at the session. The friend read the pamphlet and decided the best thing for him to do was to not read it at the session, but in fact table it, at which point it was printed by Clementina Rind in Williamsburg and spread throughout the colony. It was a strong position, a very strong position, in which Jefferson basically says that the only thing that we have in common with the English is living under the same tyrant of a king. Nonetheless, it gained Jefferson the reputation of being a masterly pen, and you get to see Thomas Jefferson's concern for his representation in history working out on this very page. A man who never writes in his books accumulated every copy he could find of this publication to correct the footnotes because it had never passed under his astute editorial eye. The piece was read aloud at Peyton Randolph's house. George Washington called it Mr. Jefferson's Bill of Rights. It's a masterful piece in which he is raising the issue of independency, but playing it against a very Whig notion of liberty and justice and politics. He's arguing through rational conviction rather than following convention. Well, this too, of course, was the collection that informed this document, the Declaration of Independence. You're looking at the draft of the Declaration of Independence penned by Thomas Jefferson with more than 80 corrections made, first by the committee and then by the larger conference. This piece was walked across the street on the night of July 3rd to be set to type by John Dunlap in his print shop, creating one of the great pieces of printing in the history of the book and creating a grand document that summarizes the American push to independency, something that came from Thomas Jefferson and the books that he had carried with him from Monticello. Here you see a presentation of the draft that we had recently in an exhibition, allowing people to actually transcribe Jefferson's handwriting and seeing the changes as they're made. This is a document in the history of print that's important for us to understand and consider, especially given the summit tonight. Enough of these were printed that each member of the committee was given one. You all got on your horses. You stopped at every courthouse along the way home, where it was read aloud, copied, and back on the horse. We have another, this is in fact, this is George Washington's copy that we're looking at here. He was not in the committee, he was waiting outside trying to get funding for soldiers. Instead was given this, a document that said we are now declaring war on the greatest power in the history of the world. He took this, read it from atop a hillside in Bowling Green, and so inflamed these underpaid farmers that they marched into New York City and tore down the statue of George III. There is one other copy extant, well, there are many copies extant, but there's one other copy that's extant in a very important place, and this is why we need to remember that this is the Declaration of Independence, because one copy was sent in a pouch and delivered to George III, where it now is found in the British Library. It was the document in which we declared our independency. We can turn to the Library of Jefferson and find the origin of the ideas that came from this profound document, that show up in this profound document. Certainly Locke's central contract theory of government is succinctly summarized in the phrase, "they're just power from the consent of the people." What we're looking at here is Jefferson's copy by Lord Kames or Henry Holmes, one of the great Scottish moral philosophers who, along with Francis Hutchinson, was a leader of the moral sense school. Lord Kames provided the philosophical foundation for the phrase "pursuit of happiness," which was appropriated by Jefferson and turned into an inalienable right for all of mankind. Imagination, or fine arts, ranged from architecture to literature, logic, criticism, and rhetoric. You're looking at here a digital version of the Builder's Dictionary, a dictionary of architectural and engineering terms that you would use if you were in fact building a building such as Monticello, in which you wanted to ask for certain things to be done by builders. It allows you to speak in their language. Of all the facets of his collection, arts and imagination is the area in which Jefferson's proclivities and tastes are most determined and are most heavily represented. History and reason, as sections, provide in a manner almost a documentary overview of thought in the writing of the 18th century, even if it's only largely a depiction of how the philosophers found the 18th century. In the fine arts section, however, it's built out of the immediate biases of Jefferson himself regarding the arts of imagination. His reverence for architecture and landscape, for example, is evident by the extensive coverage they receive. His attitude toward literature, especially prose fiction and amatory poetry, however, is similarly mirrored by the paucity of titles found. What few titles are present in fiction such as Boccaccio's Decameron or Cervantes' Don Quixote, were categorized by Jefferson as prosaic narrative poetry. This is a ruse to avoid their association with prose fiction, which Jefferson felt led to a bloated imagination, sickly judgment, and disgust towards all the real business of life. Elsewhere, Jefferson prided himself in building a collection that mapped the growth and implementation of a vast spectrum of ideas. When documenting the fine arts, however, Jefferson shaved the possible corpus of works down to a matter of taste, or perhaps to a matter of opinion. Found in the works of imagination is the work of Phillis Wheatley. Wheatley's poems on various subjects, Wheatley being the first African-American poet to be published in America. This book is a lightning rod for the controversy that emerged. People may be unaware of the fact that Wheatley was called before a committee, a tribunal, to determine whether or not she had in fact read these poems, and after she passed that process, was embraced by many, most importantly by Benjamin Franklin. Jefferson less convinced. And it's a moment in which we can look at Jefferson's library, which deals with complicated issues about abolition and race, and in this case, Phillis Wheatley, that we begin to see how Jefferson's mind worked and debated and sometimes came to no resolution. Jefferson was unwilling to accept the authenticity of Phillis Wheatley and was later quoted as saying, "Religion indeed had produced a Phillis Wheatley, but it could not produce a poet." He was challenged immediately, and there was strong pushback against his attitude, and underlining, in fact, his own racial attitudes. But it stands as an example of the struggle that we sometimes find in Jefferson's library. On the other side of it, a complete tutor for the harpsichord and spinet. Jefferson's favorite pastime was music, playing his violin. He practiced daily. We have scores of violin solos in the library. He did not play the harpsichord. His interest was picked up in this book on behalf of his daughter, Martha, and this is sort of a quintessential Jefferson moment with which I will conclude. He took on the study of the harpsichord with zeal and enthusiasm because he felt there were a few improvements that Whitney made in the harpsichord before he acquired one. And after serious study, sent off his designs for a bespoke harpsichord to make from him, as he says, one of the best harpsichords with a double set of keys. If we had time, we would look at Thomas Jefferson's chapter 15. This is the end of memory and the beginning of reason. And somewhere in that gap between memory and reason is technical arts, the junk drawer of this collection. This is where we're introduced to Thomas Jefferson and his fascination with hot air ballooning, which he said I would like very much because instead of being home in 10 days, I'd be home in 5 hours. But he also warned that inland communities could become maritime states because of the ability for hot air balloons to threaten fortresses and forces by flying over them. We find his fascination with shorthand, with ciphers, with cryptography. Additional technological books appear. Fulton sends him four copies of his Torpedo Warfare and Submarine Explosions book, but makes the serious mistake of suggesting that perhaps this is too modern for Mr. Jefferson. The response is priceless, but ends with the suggestion, have you considered working in STEAM? We see card games. We see books on magic. We see books on beekeeping, on cooking, on a variety of aspects of daily life, all of us reminding us that behind this complicated man was a vast imagination and curiosity that fueled his moments of his day. On hearing of the sale of Jefferson's library to Congress, John Adams wrote to Jefferson saying, "By the way, I envy you that immortal honor." Jefferson did not reply immediately. Adams had asked him one question: how can you live without your books? Jefferson waited until the library had left before he replied, "I cannot live without books, but fewer will suffice where amusement and not use is its future object." He then went on to collect more than 1,000 books. And so it was that the choicest collection of books in the United States laid the foundation for the world's largest library. It is possible today to select nearly any type of material or format in the collections and somehow relate it back to Thomas Jefferson's vision and collection. Jefferson, of course, is ever present in the institution he helped to launch, both in the specific content of the collections as well as in its spirit of inclusiveness and utility. Reconstructing this landmark collection provides fresh insights into the mind of Thomas Jefferson and the world from which he drew his revolutionary ideas. It was the wellspring to one of this nation's deepest thinkers, the drafter of the Declaration of Independence, the third president, and a true visionary who helped mold a new form of government. In the richly ornamented hall of the building named in his honor, and amidst thousands of volumes, we can rediscover the dialogue that Jefferson carried on with his books, his ideas, his time, and the universe that surrounded him. Perhaps most important, it will revitalize the principle upon which the Library of Congress has been built, that knowledge and free access to it, both by leaders and those governed, are essential to democracy. Thanks.
My name is Roberta Schaefer. I have the joy of serving as the Associate Librarian for Library Services. I also have the pleasure, I guess at this point, of telling you that this day has concluded. I hope you have enjoyed it and learned as much as I have, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow here at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress. Visit us at loc.gov.